least we have 8 people, that will be fine. Because if you're having a class of 15 and having 8 people, I think we can start and we are good to go. So if you have someone who is not here, kindly just notify the person that we have already started the class and the person should join. All right, thank you. So exactly a minute from now, we start. Okay, so I think we can start now. Let me show my camera so that I can see before the start. Okay, so I'm Samuel Okuku, and then I'll be the facilitator for this particular course, public sector management and administration. This is the phase you are going to be seeing for the couple of weeks as we are going to look at this course in its entirety, and then possibly into the foreseeable future as well. So within just some few minutes, can we put on our cameras to actually introduce ourselves since it's our first meeting? Just quickly, just put on your camera just quickly, and then we are out. I think we have um, Mr. Yabua is here. We have Madam Catherine. We have Madam Anita. We have Mr. Is it Mr. We have Aminu. Aminu. We have Elizabeth. We have Felicia. Please, can we do that? Okay, Mr. Yabua, we can see you. Thank you so much. Please, can you put on your videos? Is it possible you can do that? All right, Madam Elizabeth, we can see you. All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, Madam Anita, we can see you as well. Anyone else? All right, Mr. Aminu, we can see you. Thank you. Madam Catherine, are you there? Madam Felicia, are you there? All right, Madam Felicia, we can see you. That's fine. Madam Catherine, we can also see you. That's fine. So we are good to go. All right. Okay, so there are a few things you would have to actually note. I'm sure we are all on the management platform, right?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I'm going to put a communique on the platform so that it will really help to facilitate some of the things that I would want to do and then handle today. So on the platform, I've posted a link. Where is it? Okay, on the platform, I've posted a link on the platform. Hello, good morning. Kindly find the attached link to the management, that's public sector management and administration class. The group includes that is management students. I will do that. The link is there. That is a Google Meet link, which is this particular link. And then we have another link, Google Classroom platform link, access to the files, presentation slides, and then the weekly analytical test. So our concentration is on the final link. So if you can copy the final link and then follow suit with respect to what I'm going to share with you. Copy the final link. You can tap on it and it will open. If you don't want to tap on it, you can copy the link and then put it in any browser of your choice. This particular course in its entirety is very interesting. And as it is interesting, there's one side that can make it boring, which is something that we want to actually avoid. It's going to be an engagement kind of, so that this engagement will give us enlightenment as to how to do it, what to do, how to go by it, how to really appreciate what we intend doing at the end of the period. I always tell the people that we meet and have the privilege to facilitate some of these courses that our concentration is not just the theoretical domain. We are also looking at out of the classroom in practice. What are we actually doing? If you are being taught and then it is not informing our decisions of our day-to-day activities, then what is the essence or what is the meaning of we actually looking at it in actual context? And it is also very key that we are not just looking at studying this particular course for the grading or for the marks. Yes, it is important in that particular domain to give us the credits for the certification. However, a lifetime exposure and experience is something that carries us to the long with on this path of life that we are intending to look at. So please get that particular link and then follow what I'm intending to do now. So I'm going to share my screen with you quickly. Let me see. Let me share. Stop sharing this. Okay. Please, can you all see my screen now? Can you see
Yes,
my
yes,
screen?
sir.
Okay. So with this screen,
Screen is off. Okay, it's in now.
okay, you can all see it. All right. So
Yes.
the moment you copy the link, you should be in this particular platform. The moment you copy the link and then you post it in your web browser, I'm using the Google Chrome. So the moment you copy the link, this is the link that I copied. That is where the web address space is. I've copied the link and I've posted it here. The moment you post the link in your platform, this is that particular interface you're going to be seeing. It is the Google Classroom platform. And this is the platform that we are going to be using the most. It's a classroom platform that is accessible to everyone that is connected to this particular platform. I think I will have to restrict it now because I was thinking it was the entire 42. But with respect to your list, I'll get the 15 and then restrict the page to the 15 students. So basically, once you come to this platform, this is what you're going to see. You're going to see public sector management and administration. On the left pane, you're going to see the public sector management there, introduction to business 1, and then fundamentals of business. That is the introduction to the business 2. These two are not for your perusal. These ones are for the code students. I think I teach them as well. So our concentration is on the first one, the public semester, the public sector management and administration. The moment you click on it, you are going to see this interface. Public sector management and administration, third trimester, you're going to see all these things. But the moment you open to this particular space, you come to this tab where we have the stream, we have the classwork, we have the people, and we have the grades. Where we have the stream, the classwork, the people, and then the grades. Your concentration should be on the classwork. You tap on the classwork. The moment you tap on the classwork, you are going to see week 1. The week 1 begins with the unit 1. That is what you're supposed to handle this weekend. So this is the week 1. So with the week 1, we have some materials here. And these are the materials that are going to be very needful when it comes to what we intend to do at the end of the period. So in every week, or respect to our engagement every week, we are going to have this platform, and this is week one. Next week, by the time you get to next week, you are going to see another week that has been added, which is the week two. The following week, you're going to see another week added, which is the week three, and then the final week, which is the week four, that will be added to it as well. So with the week one, you're supposed to handle the unit one. So the first material is the Microsoft PowerPoint, what I'm going to use for the teaching today. The Microsoft PowerPoint. The moment you just click it, once you left click it or right click it, it will pop up. Once it pops it up this way, there's a short description telling individuals or students what to expect in this particular course. Your access to the material is free, so you can just click on the material, and it's going to open for you. So once you click on it, it's going to load, and then you can be able to have access to the material. So this is the slides that I'm going to use. You can download it. You can save it. If you don't have enough space on your machine, it is in the Google Classroom platform. Anytime you want to study, anytime you want to learn, you can have access to it. And it was prepared by myself. And then I used the book, that is the approved book for your teaching, that I think as of now, most of you should have the book itself. You have the book, the PowerPoint over there. I considered the book materials. I considered relevant and then recent knowledge in the area of public sector. I considered some YouTube channels and then some lecturers and professors who have actually taken the course. So it's rich when it comes to the presentation as well. So you can download it, you can save it, you can have access to it, whatever you intend to do. So it depends on what you want to do. You can save it and then have access to it at any point in time. Very good. Then you can close it. We are done with the first material, which is the Microsoft PowerPoint. The next aspect is the book extract. So with the book that have been provided to you, that I think most of you should have access to the book now. With that book that have been provided to you, I have extracted only the unit one because that is our concentration. I've extracted only the unit one. So in the book, in its entirety, everything that is supposed to do with the unit one, I've extracted it and made the material available. So maybe you'd want to do a quick glance of the unit in context. There is a book that have been approved. There is the unit one. So the unit one materials over there out of the book has been extracted and then placed over there for your perusal. All right, that is the next thing. Then you come to the next aspect. We have the YouTube link. Usually there are certain individuals that maybe possibly at the end of the lecture, they had the understanding, but they will further and better understand it if they can really watch some videos or listen to some audios and other things. So I have made two amazing videos, 9 minutes. I have listened to it myself, which most of the things that were mentioned are in line with the context and our focus for discussion. So basically, these are they are taught courses by Indians, but they are very very productive. They are very very impactful, and they are very rich when it comes to the depth. So it's very key. You can have access to it. That is, you can choose to if you want to as well. Very good. So once you tap on the first one, there are two videos. It's just 9 minutes video, 9 minutes for the unit one. That is for the introductory aspect. It speaks on the introductory aspect. Once you click on it, it is going to load just like the usual YouTube videos that you're going to watch. You click on it, it loads, and then they start teaching. So it's just 9 minutes, just 9 minutes. So you'll be listening to it, you'll be hearing it, and for better understanding, or for the better hearing, you can actually use a earpiece or an earphone or any device that will help you hear better. So that is the first link. And then the second link too is also a 9 minutes video, which has actually been approved by a lot of individuals. That is good for actually when it comes to the context of our studies today as well. So basically, there's something on the second video as well. All right. Then we have the final aspect, which is also very important, analytical reasoning question. So at the end of every week, there is going to be an analytical test for each student. So after today's lecture, you come to this platform and then provide a contextual answer that you think is deemed feasible as a response to what we intend to do or what is intending to be communicated. So once you click on it, you can either use this link. You can either use this link or you can tap on the Google form directly. Once you tap on the Google form directly, it's going to load and you're going to see something like this. The question actually, this is just a preamble. So the question is, how can transformational leadership within Ghana's public sector enhance accountability, innovation, and citizen trust, especially in an era where public institutions are under pressure to perform like private entities? You are going to get a better understanding of this question at the end of the lecture. So once you get the understanding, you come here and you provide your answer. Because I'm the instructor, I can't be able to write any response here because I'm the instructor. But at your end, you can this place is going to be active for you to tap on it and then you provide your answer. The moment you provide your answer, they will say publish. Mine, I've been publishing it, so that's why it's already published. So you can tap on it and then it will be sent to me. So once it is sent to me, I'll read your response and then I'll grade it. It's supposed to be 5 marks. So I'll grade it out of the 5 and send you the response. The deadline for this analytical reasoning question is actually supposed to be before our next meeting. That is before the 19th of October 2025. So before 19th of October 2025 is the deadline. So you have a week long to actually provide your response to it. Please, it's very important. This is going to be done every week. So for the 4 weekends, you are supposed to have accumulated about 20 marks, which is going to buttress what you already have to form part of your assessment. So it is very, very important you make use of these things, you make use of the platform, and then you actually abreast with some of the dictates around it. This is what I had wanted to show you about our platform. Is there any question? Any question about the platform, how to navigate, how to move around it? Is there any question? Please, is there any question?
No, doc, on my side.
Okay. All right, that's fine. So we all understand it very well. Okay, that's fine. So let's start with what you're supposed to do today. Okay. All right. So we are looking at public sector management and administration. It is very expedient for us to know that when it comes to this our era after evolutions, going through the systems of our coups, our details and everything, transitioning from the past where we under the military rules and all those domains with this democratic system that we are seeing or facing now. It is very important that we get to understand the public sector itself and what the public sector is actually into, and then how we can be able to relate and function in the public sector within our capacities as citizens and then individuals. When it comes to the democratic system that or the governance that we have gotten to understand from an economic perspective, we are looking at two main characteristics or two main divisions: the public sector and then the private sector, or the public good and then the private good. All that we are looking at is that the context and then the motive, the purpose or the outcome is geared towards the citizens. So whatever you are intending to do, whatever you must do, whatever you plan to do, the outcome should have an impact on the citizens. That was right after the transitions from the military rules, under the governance of the colonialism, under the governance of other systems that is not actually the domain of this new governance that we are seeing. That is a new public administration that we are seeing, geared towards the democratic systems and then democracy that we are seeing and experiencing as of now. But notwithstanding, we are also saying that the market itself or the environment itself within the sector is actually divided into two: the private sector and then the public sector. But our concentration is going to be skewed down to the public sector domain. How we can be able to manage the public sector, how we can be able to manage instances and issues and then administer things very well. And then the motive and the mindset is that the outcome of whatever we are intending to manage, whatever we are intending to manipulate, whatever we are intending to provide, should have in mind the motive. The motive or the outcome is supposed to be geared towards the betterment of the livelihood of the citizens. But moving outside the scope of this understanding, we get to understand that the reality and the theory mostly are two different things. The theoretical perspective of what we intend to communicate within the public sector domain is actually not what is in reality when it comes to the context of Africa as a whole. I'm going to be using Africa as our contextual base because of how our governance is within this sector, and then juxtapose it with the Western world as to how they are actually doing it. Although some of us have traveled to those places, we always come back and say things are really working over there. Their system is working as compared to Africa. So it is quite expedient that we use it to juxtapose its outcomes and then try as much as possible to have a better understanding from this perspective. Very good. So let me ask this question. So within the context of Africa, specifically even Ghana, what one thing do you think is a theory but is so much evident in reality when it comes to the context of public sector? Like a literal example, what do you think that we, with the understanding of the introductory aspect of what I'm trying to communicate onto you, with the public sector, the purpose, the motive, looking at providing some of these services to customers for free, trying as much as possible to give or provide certain things that better the livelihood of citizens. What example can you give that you think this is a theory? And in as much as it is a theory, there is so much reality in it because we are experiencing it as citizens. Which practical example can you give? You can use the show by hand indicator, or you can just unmute and then speak.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Madam yes, sir, Mr. Emmanuel.
Um, if I look at it carefully, for some we've been experiencing problem about light, that's ECG here and there, but for some time now, water
Okay.
distribution, I think there hasn't been that much noise again for some time now. So I think that
Okay.
area, maybe I would say, is doing well.
Okay. So from the contextual perspective, Mr. Emmanuel Mausi is giving us a practical example that if you are looking at the public sector, and one of the things that is actually enhancing and making the livelihoods of citizens better is respect to the provision of water. So, with the provision of water for over years now, we can all come to a place to actually agree that the theoretical perspective that indeed the public sector is doing well when it comes to the area of water distributions, when it comes to accessibility to water and all those things, although the coverage is not 100%, but it is better when it comes to the theory and the reality. That is a very good example. Thank you so much, Mr. Emmanuel. Any other example? Any other example? Yes, Madam Poma. Hey, you're having my name. Madam Poma Opoku. Please,
Yes.
sorry, I don't know your title. Sorry, I don't know your title. That's
No,
why I'm using Madam. Okay.
don't worry. You can call me Poma Opoku. That's my name.
Okay. All right, that's
I
fine.
will say that in terms of XHS, even though there are
Okay.
challenges, but at least we have people that previously they can't pay fees, but now going to school. Even though the teachers are not putting in their best, you acquire one or two knowledge which can be beneficial to your life. So, yes, theoretically, I mean, we have a lot involved there, but practically, even though there are deficiencies, but at least a lot of students are enjoying than previously.
Okay, very good. So, Madam Poma Opukwe is giving us another practical example where, in the context of accessibility to education, although it's not entirely 100% system for everyone, however, there is so much realities when it comes to the theory and then the practice, where now accessibility to education is free for SEMs. I think free from kindergarten through to the senior high school, which is a very good aspect of the governance, or a typical example of the sector, that is the public sector, in theory and then in practice. That's a very good example. Let's look at the last example from Madam Elizabeth Tete. Please, as I said, I may not know your title, so kindly forgive me. I may be
Oh,
using
Doc,
Mr.
it's
and
no
Madam. So,
problem.
okay,
No
that's
problem.
fine.
You can even call me Elizabeth. Yeah.
Okay,
Please,
all
I
right.
want to talk about the health sector,
The
health
health sector. Okay,
insurance.
okay,
Yes,
okay.
health insurance. So, like, we have challenges. You go, they said this drug is not covering and all that, but at least there are some basic ones that you wouldn't have to pay for, and then you can access healthcare. So, I think that is also part of the example.
Very good, very good. That's a very good example as well. Looking at the accessibility to healthcare. So it is geared towards the betterment of the livelihood of its citizens, and it's provided by the government. So if it is provided by the government, it means that it's trying as much as possible to make accessibility to basic health free of charge. So we are looking at basic health. So the accessibility to basic health is actually free of charge, and it is a theoretical perspective. And this theory is also made a reality when it comes to some of these things. I think the new SDG goals, that is the development plan and all those things, I think it's one of the things that they are intending to do, that accessibility to basic healthcare will be free for all when it comes to the context of Africa and then the world in as a whole. That's a very good example as well. But let's look at it. Now that we know that there are certain things or services that are provided by the government that in a way or two to the extreme is free and is accessible to citizens, geared towards making the livelihood of citizens better. What practical example can you also give that this particular example tries as much as possible to help us to actually say that there is a particular gap between the theory and then the practice? Like between the theory and the practice, they are actually different. It's like in theory, you can say this, but in actual essence, it is not operational. It is never so. Which practical example can we give?
Yeah. Doc,
Yes,
I'm
please.
the
Who is speaking?
sorry. Yeah, this Nana say Kwabeshidu.
Okay, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah, Doc. A practical example that I can give is about when you look at the National Identification Authority. You let me use the current CSSPS, that's the school selection placement. The minister came out to say that when you go there and you want your school to be changed or you have any challenges, you can just go there and it will be addressed. But in reality, when you go there, it is not. That is not what happens there. You definitely need to cushion someone if you need any assistance. You definitely need to see someone to be of help, and you have to give money. So in
Okay.
yeah.
Wow. So, Nana, that's a very good and a practical perspective. So it means that what we are preaching in theory is not the same as the realities on grounds. But please, I forgot to mention this. You see, to better understand this, to better understand this course, please don't attach any system of partisanship or any ideologies when it comes to an affiliation to a particular political stream or a particular institution where we are working with or any other. we are looking at it from a more scholarly perspective, where we are addressing issues as it ought to be, not in the context of affiliation to a party or defending this or trying to demean this particular domain. Please, I'm begging you. We are looking at it from a more contextual perspective in terms of studies as a student, realities, practice, not just from any. So we are all coming from a neutral background. We know we are all affiliated to some of these things where we work, where we have been with our engagement, our people that we are with, and a whole lot. But please let us look at it from a neutral perspective to better appreciate the course at the end of the day. All right. Thank you so much. Any other example? Mr. Emmanuel, is your hand still up, or you want to share with us any practical example where the theory is far, far different from the practice when it comes to the provision of a public service to the citizens of Ghana, as we can all talk about? Any other example? Okay, that's fine. Mr. Emmanuel, please. Okay. All right. Madam, oh, wow. Your name is, because I've met a few people that they are Opoku, but normally they say they are Pokuya. But for yours,
No,
you took the entire Opoku. That's very nice.
yes,
Amazing.
yes.
All
So,
right. Let's have an example, madam.
okay, so with this current issue concerning clearing of goods at the ports,
Okay,
when
okay.
the dollar declined, they were saying that when you go to ports, you pay what Bank of Ghana has stated. But in practice, no, they were taking more than the Bank of Ghana's rate. But even though theoretically they quoted that the Bank of Ghana rate will be applied there, but that was not what they were doing. Then education too. Yes, with this free SHS, we have a nice policy. But when you go to the secondary schools, trust me, we have students sleeping on the floor, but we are stating that we have a lot of beds, a lot of things for the student to use. This one tablet, one student, it's not visible. Their feeding is worse. So when it comes to book, there, it is a nice policy, but when you go to the field, no, they
So
wouldn't like it.
with this, it will lead us to our next question. But let's hold on. Let me leave you to deliberate on the next question. The next question to Madame Poma will be: so is it a particular gap within the translation mechanism or the transmission mechanism, or is it a particular problem with the administration? So we just a food for thought. We will come to it. Nana, please, I saw your hand up. Nana Osai Kwabena Asidu.
Yes, Doc. Yeah, Doc,
Yes,
I
please.
wanted to cite another example. I quite remember
Okay.
with the inception of the NIA, I remember I was part of the administrators, and sometimes people have to come and queue 3 days. We give them card numbers and a whole lot. But sometimes someone will just come within 5 minutes and the person is done, and people are like, "Wow, where we oh." Meanwhile, sometimes we do take something, but the whole thing was free, total free. Not that they are even taking some charges before you have to go and register. But even as
Okay.
when it was free, people will have to pay to have their way out.
Okay.
Thank you, Doc.
Okay. That's fine. I also understand it from your perspective, but the question still remains. Do you think this is actually a problem with the transmission mechanism, or is a problem with the administration? You realize that in the first contest, what we were all trying to do was to actually praise the government for some of the things that have been made accessible to its citizens at barely no rate or free of charge as well, in a whole lot of instances. However, we are also identifying that there are gaps in them which you think should have been better, or it should actually be something that we can do to help. But we got to understand that it is not just the issue with where we don't know what to do. We know what to do. It's in writing, it's in everything. We know how to do it. However, there is a particular problem with the administration. That is what leads us to this course in this as a whole. public sector management. How do we manage the theory to ensure that it is not just a theory, but the theory goes through the actual processes, transitions to become the practice, for the realities of it to be seen, where it is that what is written in the books is the same as what is seen in practice, is the same as the things in reality, is the same as the things that we are experiencing. That is what we are intending to look at. And then not necessarily looking at that also, but looking at it from the context where if there are issues with it, how do we administer? What do we do? Because it is going to be from the perspective of the government that is actually providing the public service, and then it is geared towards administering to the citizens. I recall I made a profound statement at the introductory aspect where the motive for the public sector respect to the domain of the government is to ensure that certain services are made accessible to better the livelihood of the citizens of the country, of which if we are looking at Ghana or Africa as a whole. As I said, the administration and the instances and issues with respect to Ghana or Africa as a whole is far different from when it comes to the Western domains because of some of these aspects in line with management and then administration. Okay. So today we are going to look at the session one, talking about the nature of public sector management. We're going to look at the nature of public sector in Ghana, the concept of public officers, the stages of e-government, the public sector planning, and then the causes of planning failure and decision making. As I said, it is best we move out of the place of theory, because that is what we are going to criticize. That is what we are going to critique. So we are going to move outside the scope of some of these and then bring in practice the realities of the things that are on grounds as well. So the public sector plays a vital role in national development by ensuring equitable access to essential services and promoting sustainable economic growth. So this is what was rightly introduced at the beginning of the lecture. We got to understand that the public sector actually plays a role under the new governance of the democratic system. We are looking at two markets, that is the two domains, the public sector and then the private sector. With respect to the private sector, the major difference is that there are services that are provided geared towards making profit, not to the betterment of the livelihood of the people. Yes, that is in the long run. However, the main focus of the private sector is to make profit. But when it comes to the public sector, ours and then the focus is to ensure that the livelihood of the citizens are actually at its peak or is better developed. And then in the long run, we are looking at sustaining an economy which is quite okay, which is quite stable, which is quite robust in such a way that activities will not put so much pressure on its citizens. There are certain countries that as of now, because of the issues respect to public sector mismanagement and then failures in the administration, they charge certain taxes that are even far more than some of the things that are going on. I think as we speak now in 2026 from January, Nigeria is going to be practicing some of the taxes, which in a way or two seems to be absurd. But what will you do when it comes to the place of their governance? That is what they are doing. I think if you own, if you get an income of more than 100,000 Ghana cedis, 100,000 naira as a gift from even somebody, that particular amount would be taxed, and it doesn't make sense. Like Madame Poma is Madame Poma Opoku, and then she saw my name and I'm Samuel Opoku, and she says like, oh, the way your name is nice, let me give you a gift. And then practical example, she sends me like 1,000 Ghana cedis that, oh, this is because of your name, this is a gift to you for bearing a name. That 1,000 Ghana cedis that I've received from her is going to be taxed by the government, 20% of it. And In a way or two, you may think you are recouping all these amounts to better the livelihoods of the citizens. The question is that actually so? Because if you are paying for something and you are not seeing the value in practice at the end of the day, that is where the complaints actually come in. That is where issues actually pop up. That is where instances actually pop up. In Ghana, there was the same thing that happened, I think, about 2 years ago, where they initiated the e-levy. See, most arguments of professors were not in the payment of the e-levy, but was respect to what or the accountability in line with the accumulation of the funds of the e-levy. Yes, it has been passed. Yes, it is there. In reality, we are taking the charges and all those things.
Mm.
Please, can you hear me now?
Yes, doc.
Yes,
Okay. So please kindly do, or if the network goes off, just notify me, okay? I'm going to put my contact in the comment section. Maybe if I'm teaching and then the network goes off, I might not know it earlier. Then you can notify me. Please, is it quite okay? All right. So
Yes.
my contact is in the comment section. In case it goes off and then I'm still on, just notify me on that. All right. So the question now is the focus is shifted from the actual thing you intend to do to provide the public service to the realities of what I'm experiencing and benefiting from the public service
Yes,
that you
please.
have implemented. So, with the public service that you have implemented, what are you doing? With the public service that you have actually executed, how is it beneficial to me? Because mostly in economics, sorry, I'll be using most examples. My background is in management and then economics, and with the realities of this, it is much explained better from both perspectives. So I'll be mixing the management and then economics, but I'll not be going into the economics deeper so that doesn't confuse a lot of people. So we are looking at both management and then the economics. So respect to that is do we have value for money in that context? See, you'll be there and then they will say Ghana owes 1.3 trillion dollars, and you'll be like, hey, where did we use the money? What did we use the money to do? Hey, when did we receive all this? As if we ourselves, we also received it. As if the one in the village in Offenso or the one in the village in Fabodebe to actually was the one that received the money too. So in actual case, they will be arguing. Then how did I benefit from this particular loan? How did I benefit from this particular debt? So the attention will be shifted to the value of the money and not the actual cost that led to the cost that is associated with the value for the money we are talking about. So, for instance, you'd want to actually construct a road. With the construction of the road, the cost is 1.2 billion Ghana cedis. You sign 1.5 billion Ghana cedis. You pocket the 300,000 Ghana cedis and you use the actual 1.2 billion to construct the modernized road. The focus now is going to be initially, hey, this is expensive. But the more people begin to use it, experience it, become more accustomed to it, understand the good things on that particular road, the shift and the focus becomes the value for the money and the enrichment of the livelihood of the citizens. And their concentration is going to be shifted from the cost and now see the worst of what has been done. But in this our case, most people that mostly because of the examples that or the things we are seeing in Ghana, we can use such as an example where certain contracts of higher values will be given. However, nothing is going to be done on the grounds. Nothing, no claim, nothing at all is going to be seen on the grounds. And then at the end of the day, we are looking at the aspect where this particular amount was taken and nothing is also there to show forth that this is what has been used for by the government for the citizens, and that is where a problem is. So respect to the public sector, we are looking at just trying as much as possible. If you are saying that we are in a democratic system and this democratic system is going to help us better the livelihood of citizens by ensuring that we are providing some of the access to some goods and services at a reasonable rate or free of charge, the question now becomes what should be done. The question now becomes how should it be done. So that is where the context of the management and then the administration actually comes in. So the public sector focuses on delivering societal benefits, especially in low-income countries where it drives education, healthcare, and economic development. So when it comes to the division of the market of some of the 21st century countries who are under the regime of the democratic nature or the democratic system, we are looking at three main aspects: the educational domain, the healthcare, and then the economic development. So the sector is divided into three main parts respect to the education, the healthcare, and the economic development. The economic development is talking about employment, unemployment, access to jobs, and all those aspects in it. So we are looking at education, healthcare, and economic development. The question now is, how are people having access to basic healthcare? How are they having access to education? How are they having access to the development when it comes to issues in line with the sector, in line with the institution, in line with what individuals in the organization is going to do, in line with some of the individuals or citizens that have established businesses within the country? What are you doing as a government to ensure that all these things are in place to not burden the citizens? So when it comes to the economic, we are looking at how the government is going to negotiate some of the tax components that is being exerted on certain businesses or certain citizens who are operating certain businesses, how the government is going to negotiate and try as much as possible to stabilize the economy by ensuring that interest rates are not that high, exchange rates are also quite on the minimum for people who are into export and import and other cases and instances as well. So all these things are very key, all these things are very important, but when it is produced, note this please, if all these services are provided by the private sector, the motive first is profit oriented. The motive first is profit oriented before they even think about widening the customer base by ensuring the satisfaction of the citizens. But when it comes to the domain of the public sector, we are looking at it from the perspective where the government is actually on the verge of providing some of these services to the citizens to ensure that the livelihood of the citizens are better off than any other thing. Okay. So when it comes to the public sector management as well, we can talk about two main aspects. We will come to the administration aspect, but looking at the first aspect where it is the public sector management, we are looking at two main domains. I think we have done justice by explaining what the public sector is. We have done justice by explaining what or who is responsible for the public sector. We have done justice by, or of which we mentioned the government. We have done justice by actually establishing some of the services that are provided by the public sector. Then let's look at the aspect of the management that is attached to it. Meaning, knowing what it is not all that is important as knowing how to manage what it is. There are certain individuals, and a lot of people have been saying it. I've had the privilege to counsel a lot of students at the University of Cape Coast, of which I've even established an NGO, the the youth business clinic. With the youth business clinic, we are looking at trying as much as possible to provide financial advice, and then try as much as possible to create a new mindset of people seeing their way through certain instances. One of the things that we realized was that respect to certain individuals, they have the resources, but the how to manage and multiply the resources becomes a problem. So a lot of people may be having money, but the monies that they have, they don't know how to look at it. They don't know how to actually manage it. They don't know how to actually go the long way with it. They don't have to actually, they don't know how to manage the money in a way that in the long run is going to be profitable, where they are going to receive certain incentives on the higher side. So they just waste it at any point in time. So knowing you have resources is different from knowing how to manage the resources you have, and it's also different from ensuring that the management of the resources actually lands up in what the motive was at the end of the day. So that is where the aspect of management actually comes in. So now let's look at a bit at these two. So with the public sector, we have said that it is a part of the economy that is responsible for providing essential goods and services that benefit society as a whole. It includes all levels of government, of which we made mention that when it comes to the aspect of the government, they are the ones that are responsible when it comes to looking at the public sector as a whole. And until you embrace the aspect where the public sector becomes totally under the domain of the government, that is where a problem pops up. At the end, at the long run, we are going to be looking at some of the partnerships. I think most of us know the PPPs, the public-private partnerships, where the government will now go into an agreement with the private sector to carry out some of the activities within the domain. We will look at it, but our focus at the introductory aspect is just looking at some of the services that are provided solely by the government, and some of the instances that makes things easier and okay within the government, geared towards the betterment of the citizens or its citizens. And then we also rightly included that some of the thematic areas, we have the education, the healthcare, and then the economic development. Where the economic, I think I already explained that you are looking at issues to do with some of the things that are really happening: employment, transportation, safety, engagement with neighboring countries, businesses that are within the country that are actually thriving. How would the government be able to ensure that they are not overburdened with taxes? How would the government ensure that they are not full of themselves when it comes to the issues respect to managing businesses within the economy? So all these are some of the things that are provided by the government within the public sector as well. Then let's look at the place of management. I think the most common definition that we can talk about when it comes to management, of which as a noun, everyone can say it. Management is the process of combining the functional areas: planning, directing, controlling, and organizing to ensure that you achieve a particular task. That is a definition that almost everyone actually knows. But let's look at a more practical example. Respect to this definition, these are the definitions that I felt they are very important because of the angles that the writers came from. Peter Drucker is talking about a multipurpose organ that manages an organization, its managers, employees, and work processes. Then Mary Parker Follett is also saying that we are looking at getting things done through people. All these are wonderful and fantastic definitions of management. But let's leave these definitions. Let's come to the domain of practice. Let's look at our workplaces. Let's look at the livelihoods of Africa. Let's look at Ghana as a whole. When we talk about management, what comes to mind? When we say management, what comes to mind? Even a more sarcastic way Or somebody can ask. Maybe I call Madam Poma Opoku. Hey, Madam, how are you? And all we can hear people say, "Oh, we are managing." Oh. I don't know whether somebody have heard it before. Uh, you ask somebody, "How are you?" The person will say, "I'm managing." Has anyone heard such before? Because I've been receiving such responses before. Oh, how are you? Oh,
A normal
we are
it's
managing.
a normal response.
That
It's a
is what is
normal
in the.
response.
Yes.
We are
Okay,
managing. We are
very
all
good.
managing.
So the question is, so we are all managing, eh? So the question is, what actually does the person want to communicate? What is that we are managing? What does it mean? What does it mean? So to you, when you talk about management, what comes to mind? Let's leave these contextual definitions and let us embrace all these people are in the Western world. The definitions are very key, they are very important. But let's leave it. We have a disposed definition in mind. Let's leave all these things. Let's look at in reality, in nature, what is management to you? When we say
Yeah.
management, what comes to mind?
Doc,
Yes.
to me, it's at least making good use.
Is this Nana
Yeah,
Ose?
no, say yes, though.
Okay, please. All right, go
Yeah,
ahead.
to me, whenever we say we are managing, it means that we are just making good use of the little resources available to us.
Okay. Okay. So we are making use of the resources available to us. So we are talking about efficiency and effectiveness. That's a
Yes,
very
Doc.
good point. Yes, any other? When you say management, what comes to mind? Let me see. Madam Anita Aforo. Sorry if I had the surname wrong. Sorry. What comes to mind when you talk about management?
Doug, it's about Doug, give me 5 minutes.
Okay, please. All right. Let's see. Let's see. Mr. Aminu, what comes to mind when you talk about management?
Um, Doc, please. What comes into my mind is that the resources that we have, so that is the money that we have and other resources that we have, are
Okay.
very scarce. There is few, but our wants are numerous. So using our resources to to cater for the numerous wants that we have, that's what we normally say we are managing. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Okay. So you are now trying as much as possible to manage the numerous resources that we are having, at least to keep it in form, keep it in shape, try to minimize adverse spendings or other things. That's very good. Yes, any other example, any other definition? Mr. Emmanuel, when we say management, what comes to mind?
I think to run issues or affairs or run certain activities in the way that will bring favorable outcome. That's what we mean by management.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's good. That's good. Let's have the last submission. Mr. Charles, what comes to mind when you say management? Mr. Charles Samoa, please, are you there?
Yes, I said, please,
Okay.
I'm here.
Yes, please. What comes to mind when you talk about management?
All right. My learned colleague has rightly said, when we say management in the actual sense, I see it to be like the little resources that we have. It cannot cater for our uh, needs, and so we have to use it judiciously so that we can run within the little resources that we have. That is how we can see it.
So
Management.
you see, all these definitions that we are all giving, we are all pointing towards one direction. We are all trying as much as possible to say that there is already the availability of something, but the availability of that thing is not enough. We are all moving to how we can use it, how we can effectively apply it, how we can efficiently apply it. We are all looking at how. So management is just premised on your ability to understand the how of what you intend to do. I have the resources. How do I manage the resources? The how is the centrality. We have the goods there. So within the public sector, we have the public goods that are available. So with the public goods that are available, how do I use the public good? How do I manage the public good? The how is actually what gives the premise and the importance to the nature of the already existing item that we are talking about. In context, the resources we are talking about. So it is very important that management is upheld within the area of the public sector. This is where the actual problem is with Africa. Management and administration. That is where the centrality of the problem mainly is about. Are we not here and then you'll be here and then people from outside will come? We have discovered oil in this sea. We are here and then we'll hear on the news some people from China have discovered gold in a particular place that we have been dwelling as citizens for over 57 years. We never knew. Are we not here and then we will hear of several news that somebody from US came to Ghana. The person have discovered a particular problem. That person has developed an opportunity out of the problem and is actually making money in Ghana. We have heard of all these things. So it means that the problem actually is not with the availability of the resource. The problem is not actually premised on the instance and issues respect to the resources we are talking about. The problem is anchored on the how. On the how. And if I'm talking about this, it's not just in the context of Ghana, but we are looking at Africa in focus because the patterns within the sub-Saharan Africa seem to cut across all the 27. Is it 27? Yeah, I think we have 27. No, I think about 27 or so. I will have to cross check the member states within the sub-Saharan region. Is very important. We look at it from that perspective. It means that all some of these issues cast across some of the things that we are seeing in Ghana. Sometimes people can say, "I've never been to Nigeria, but I think Nigeria is worse with governance than Ghana." Somebody can say, "I've never been to Tunisia before, but Tunisia is actually making progress with respect to governance as compared to Ghana." Why? Because we are trying as much as possible to juxtapose the things that are happening over there in line with the things that are happening in Ghana. So basically, the problem is actually with respect to the place of management. So when it comes to management within the public sector, we are looking at two main key things: the effectiveness and then the efficiency. The effectiveness and then the efficiency. So with the effectiveness, we are looking at doing the right thing. Doing the right thing. When we talk about the efficiency, we are looking at how we are using the resources. And as I said, when we talk about management, it is the major cancer we are dealing with in the context of Africa, a major problem that we are dealing with when it comes to the place of Africa. Effectiveness, doing the right things. This is a very big challenge, specifically in Ghana. Now, when you move to the public sector domain, even something that you can be able to or you have to get because you are a citizen in the country, you even have to pay for other people. You have to pay to other people. Else, if you don't pay, it means that you are not going to actually receive that same thing. I recall when I was doing my driver's license uh, for over 2 years. I've gone through the normal system. I've gone through the normal procedure. I've entered my details. I've entered everything. I have taken the assignment. I've gone for the driving test. It has passed and everything. I went to do the biometrics, took the picture, took my signature, my fingerprint and everything. It was just last year for about 2 years that I had to pay about 1,200 Ghana cedis before I received my card. And it's so overwhelming. Where because I decided not to pay, it took over 2 years. Because I knew people who were saying that, oh, you can pay 1,600. That was 2 years ago. You can pay 1,600, and then you don't even need to do the driving test. You don't need to even go around. You just need to go and do your eye, to test for the eye, and then that is all. I will call you when it is done for your card. And I had seen people who applied way after I applied. And because they went through that process, they received their card in the very same month, and for over 2 years. Over 2 years. So I was wondering what was happening, until you will need it, because you need it to do a few things. You will need it to actually make some rounds. You will need it if you want to be driving in and around. And that was where the problem was. The problem is that we know the right things, but doing the right things in a way or two becomes costly to some people. That is why I said that in the context of this particular course, we are moving from the place of affiliations to certain political and partisanship or certain institutions. We are addressing the issues as it is. When it comes to the aspect of management, that is the cancer and the canker we are all dealing with in Africa, respect to governance. Every individual would want to make an extra out of something that should be given because you are a citizen. That is where the problem is. Can anyone give us any example of something you experienced that you thought this was the right thing to do? However, if you need it, you'll have to actually submit to the pressures within that particular way, and then go. All right. Now, I'll say,
Yes, Doc. I also have this exam. When I was applying for my Ghanaian passport,
okay.
I went through all the processes, paid everything, but later on, I waited for almost 6 months. It wasn't coming. Then someone asked me that if I need it, then I should use the other way. So I had to pay 800 cedis. Way back 2 years ago, I had to pay 800 cedis before getting the passport.
And
This
the
was the
amazing thing is that you'll be surprised at the moment you make payment to it will be available.
sure, dog. They kept on
It's
telling
the
me, oh,
payment.
come this month, come. They scheduled me, come and take. You go there, they tell there's no booklet. But the moment
Mm-hmm.
I paid, the following, I think, week or 2 weeks, I had the passport.
The moment you paid, in fact, the book became available. That is fine. Thank you so much for the example. Any other example?
Doug,
Yes, madam.
I also had the experience when I was trying to take transfer to Accra.
Okay.
A colleague told me the district need teachers, even her school, they are lacking teachers. So I applied to the school at the district. I had to apply to the district for assurance. I did it, and first year they didn't take. Second year, someone told me I have to use the back door,
Hmm.
and I used the back door. I got assurance. I got my transfer, and I got to the school, and I had to do two teachers' work. They
Ah.
are lacking teachers. Yes, they are not having teachers. So the work that two teachers has to handle, I have to handle because they are lacking teachers. Meanwhile, they say they don't need teachers.
Hmm.
And unless
Uh,
you pay before you get opportunity.
how
So
much
all
did you
these
pay?
things are happening. I pay almost 20 oh, two
Twenty
thousand.
thousand.
2,000, 2,000.
2,000. So you see, the moment you made payment, the opportunity came.
Oh yes. When I made a payment for the second year, I was just then they called me privately that my letter is ready.
So come for it.
I made a payment a week I got my letter.
Hey. Okay,
But the
that's fine.
last
That's
year that when I applied, I
mm.
waited, no call. I even visited them severally, no call.
So
They will
that
say
is the
I'll hear from
mm.
them.
Okay. So that is a problem with respect to the management aspect we are looking at, doing the right
Yes,
things. Yes,
yes.
Madam Mopoku, Madam Poma.
Yes, sir. But
Okay.
I have an instance where when I was moving from juniors to the tertiary, for
Okay.
8 months. 3 years for them to give me a letter that I have resigned. For good 8 months, they refused that I wasn't taking salary. Now, when all the processes went through, my salary came. We have allowances in tertiary, we have those allowances. They pay the salaries without the allowances. My allowance arrears, I have to go to controller, and the guy wanted to negotiate with me. They
Your
initially paid
own
me.
wait,
No,
we
they
want to
initially
understand your own allowance, your own
my
allowance that you worked for.
now
Somebody
he
is
said.
negotiating your own allowance with you.
Yes, he said on the system the amount is huge and all that. Okay, so I left. Then the next month, 3 months came, so it's left with 5 months. Now the 5 months, he said we should negotiate, and I told him I will never negotiate my hard-earned money. And up to now, it's been years I've not received the money, and I'm not even ready to pursue it. For you to take some part, sometimes you have to be fair. Even with the GES letter issuing that I'm not taking salary, I have resigned. At a point, I had to find my way out to Director General's office to report them. Sometimes you have to be bold and report people rather than paying. I reported them. I was in school when they brought the letter. Now, when you give the letter, they have to clear your name. And the one to clear my name, it became a struggle. It was my husband who went to the man. I said I will not pay. I'm just keeping quiet for some time and I'll sue them. So it was my husband who went to Accra just to pay for them to delete my name from the system. Why should this happen in a country where
Oh,
rules are there? My own money. I am
mhm.
leaving the system. Just
Okay.
take my name out of your system. It's a problem in Ghana. Oh, that
Okay.
phase of my
Okay.
life. No, no, it wasn't easy. But I stood firm. I made sure I will not pay 1 cedi, but I'll get my money. So now
Very
maybe I will pursue the arrest and see whether I can get it. So that
Yes,
is
yes.
Ghana for
We
you.
yeah, yeah. We will pursue the arrest because it's quite huge. We will pursue it. So we will not leave it to them, eh? All right. So you see, basically, we are all looking at issues respect to the management. You see,
Sir,
the problem. Yes, Mr. DeGraff, I'm coming. I'm coming. Let me land.
okay.
You see, I'll call you. I'm coming. You see, the problem was not respect to the availability of the resource. The problem was in line with doing the right. That is a goal of management. The resources are there, but doing the right thing becomes a problem in Africa. But the amazing thing is that these same people will go to the Western world and will do the right things at the right time. But they will come to Ghana within their own context and will be doing the right things, even at the wrong time, at the peril of certain charges and all those things. All right, so that's fine. All right, Mr. DeGraff.
Sir,
Yes, sir.
sir, my experience, very,
Okay.
very, very, you said cancer and what, canker, good. But I'll add chronic and disease. Sir,
My goodness. Okay.
which, which university in Ghana, medical school, is not collecting something without enrolling that particular child? I won't mention
Mhm.
any other university. We bought 3 forms. They called my daughter. I went for loan before the transmutation was being established or being taken care of. And he wrote the exams. Now, when the exams were when they were writing the exams, somebody were passing through 13K, 13K. She took it lightly. Now he's a quiz girl, and that the school that she attended, yes, and 3 quiz girls went. One of them, the parent, and then the koi. And the 2 of them, so that particular school now make or also parent you are that environment, yes, you are the car koi. What truck with exams, he passed, the name came. Now for the interview, just 3 questions, he just went through. Now when she came home, they wrote, they said that the results will be in, the results will be in. So 1 month later, the results came, and the name wasn't in. The particular girl that no name now no mama the girl got admission, and I cut 2 quiz girls, including my daughter. And it's not Nadam for no air client. And then the father went there, 13K. He paid. She got admission later. So I later on that I told her that, have you seen when people were saying the medical school, they don't take the grade, even though they take the grades, but it's not without paying, they will never take you, they will never admit you. Then later on, a certain man said, why didn't we tell them earlier? Because the admission is done before the exams and the quiz, the exams and the interview. So later on, our own UCC called us. I told her I will never let her go. Now I've started my I to my preparation ahead before he goes to another interview or exams. So say cancer and what cancer and chronic. Nobody will tell me if you are not what Otunfo's now Otunfo's a daughter or a nephew. If you are not what a protocol, you are not being given protocol. If you are not a lecturer's daughter or son, you will never get into medicine in Ghana today. We are talking about. So this is my submission and bitterness that I'm telling you. Say, Kanka, even though he's gotten the biology, everything that tells you that the girl can what be admitted, but with that money they won't admit you. Now they have told you I've started my process. So anytime that they call us, I will tell you that Ghana today, if you are not going to pay, even though you pass, you qualify, you will never get medicine. Thank you, sir.
All right. This is actually the voice of many people that have actually come at a peril of our issues respect to the management of the public office, and then some of these things that are actually happening. In fact, the reality of it is that Mr. DeGraft is just one of the many individuals to whom have no voice when it comes to some of these things. The bitter part is where you get to that aspect and then they will tell you that I've heard of some of these things, and I nearly wept. I nearly wept. Where something that, as a citizen, it is a right. Something that, by means of you born in Ghana, is something you must actually enjoy. That same thing can be the tool of your exit within a particular domain or a particular office. There have been several instances and challenges around some of these things. And if you are supposed to give the platform for us to share some of these practical things, you are going to be surprised. But just that, please, let's put our emotions in check when it comes to some of these submissions, so that we don't go off the main course. You see, the focus is still looking at a more judgmental view as a scholarly individual, as a student, not just people that have experienced some of the bitter shortfalls within our management and administration system as well. But thank you so much for sharing, Mr. DeGraft, as well. All right, let's move on.
Dog, I
So,
have a question.
yes, madam, Madam Poma.
The funny thing is that the victims, the victims of this public, how do I put it? This, should I say, more treatment or whatever? When we get to the top there, we
We
also
do
do the
so.
same thing.
Very true.
Yes.
Very true.
Now, linking, let's take these two political parties. NDC, they were talking of oral, when we come within 6 months, we will collect $21 million and all that. Family and friends, appointments, a lot. Now, current government, they are also doing same. Going back to the example that I think the nurse gave concerning the SHS reporting and all that. From what I know, at first when you report and your case is genuine, the transfers or whatever is being done for you. At first, we were complaining the government was taking 10,000, 7,000, and all that for changing schools. Now, yesterday, I had a friend said she was going to even get loan 50,000 for the son to go to Pesek. Just look at this. The same people who will complain, when we get there, we do worse. And again, concerning Mr. Digraf's, this, I want to correct something. You can't work in an institution where maybe my son wants to do medicine and he wouldn't be given, in quotes, preferential treatment. Like a nurse in the hospital, when the mother is not well and the mother comes to the hospital, the mother wouldn't join a queue. So, with every sector, no matter where you are, if my son is coming to where I work in the university, there is no way they will choose somebody's ward and leave mine. No, that is, we have at least a quota that we enjoy as workers. But that doesn't mean someone should be left out, even though we qualify. Now, our problem in Ghana is medicine and law. We have made it like, I say, a drobia one tobia ubewu. That is our problem we have in Ghana now. But it's rather unfortunate that he went through that. But whatever we are complaining, I hope when we get the chance to be up there, we are going to manage the public sector very well and not go back to what people have done again. Thank you.
Very well. So I think this brings us to the place where we are trying to inform our decisions of tomorrow by means of getting the understanding and some of the things that we are supposed to do with respect to this particular course. That's why I said in the introductory aspect that this particular course is not just in the context of a theory. We are looking at it also from the domain of the practice. So outside the theory, what is done? Outside the theory, what should be done? Outside the theory, what are we looking out for? And it's very, very important we get to understand some of these things and then see. As we move on and we proceed, I think with the unit 3 or so, we are going to look at some of the repercussions when it what the things and the damage we cause on the certain people. Because in actual essence, from the economic point of view, there are several segregations within the economy. Always the lower class are the ones that actually suffer. So you may think, oh, you are just taking something, you may think you are just abusing somebody by means of you being a public officer. You may just think that you are actually taking advantage of other people. Yet the repercussion is, it goes way, 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 way. And at the end of the day, if you don't take care, the effect is going to be something that you can't deal with in a particular season or moment. And it's something that we've all come to experience. So let us try as much as possible to really understand some of these things. And then, as Madame Poma said, so that we can actually come to a place where it informs our decision of tomorrow, the essence of what we are intending to do. All right. So now we know what the public sector is. We know what management is. Now let us therefore look at public sector management. We know what the public sector is. We know what management is. Then what is public sector management? We are saying that it represents the set of processes and management relations well defined which exist between the components of the administrative system by which in a public power the laws are put into force and or the activities in delivery of services satisfying the public interest and are planned, organized, coordinated, managed, and then supervised. So simply put, all that we are saying is that the services that are provided by the public sector, we are looking at the accessibility to healthcare, the provision of education, transportation systems, ensuring that the economic development of the country is at its peak, ensuring that the safety of the citizens are actually upheld. With all these services that are provided by the government, we are trying as much as possible to know how to manage it. We are trying as much as possible to know how they can be planned. We are trying as much as possible to know how they can be organized, how they can be coordinated, how they can be managed, and how they can be supervised to ensure that the outcome of the public service is actually maximized. See, there is a way that the theory can be put in practice, but if it is not managed very well, the impact will not actually be felt or be seen at the most. A practical example, For instance, I'm a public officer and I have to do I have to just like the NGO that I said I established, and then we are looking at giving practical and financial literacy advice to the youth, and that is the audience. We have taken public money to actually organize certain mentorship classes. I've taken the money, I've done advertisement. I'd want to go and then do the mentorship program, and then I went to people who are already established and doing well, although they may benefit from the program, but the actual impact of the program is geared towards people who are lacking the financial literacy skills. And that is the concentration. The people that I met are people who are already in the domain. They are doing well already. They are established already. So the impact is going to be there. If it is going to be 30%, it will not be the same as people who have no idea about the background. They have no idea what they are doing. So those people are the ones that need it the most. So the impact of the public service that is being established can be maximized if they are managed very well. So that is what we are trying to do. We are saying that we are trying as much as possible to understand from the perspective of effectively and efficiently managing certain resources that are made available by the public sector through its initiation of public services within the country or the economy. Very good. So there are several types of the public sector or public sector organizations, and these are very few that we are going to look at. They have been categorized in 4 domains: the international level, the national level, the regional level, and then local level. These are just examples that I gave. So I'll pick them one after the other, and then we add more examples to it. So with the international domain of public sector organizations, we can talk about the ECOWAS, the Economic Community of West African States. It's a public sector organization that their responsibility is not geared towards profit maximization. Their responsibility is geared towards looking at the citizens and the betterment of the livelihood of the citizens within the member states. So that is what we are looking at. And we can talk about the AU, the African Union. Likewise, is the same thing. So every member state that is within the African Union, it is their responsibility to ensure that the livelihood of the citizens are actually upheld within the country. If not, they will provide support, expertise, knowledge. They will try as much as possible to put leadership in check to ensure that they are doing all those things. Then we can talk about the WHO, that is the WHO, the World Health Organization as well. So these are some examples of international public sector organizations that theirs is not profit seeking. Theirs is to ensure that the livelihood and citizens of the member state countries are actually doing well and then faring well. So can anyone add can we add some examples to the international level? So at the international, who can give or add examples to the public sector organizations for us? Any examples? Yes, any example? Let me see the list here. Mr. Sampson, can you help us with any examples at a national level? Public sector organizations at the national level, international level, sorry. Mr. Sampson, can you hear me? Oh, these are simple. Am I connected or I'm off? Can anyone hear me?
Yes, Doc, you are connected.
Oh, okay,
Yes,
okay,
dog,
that's fine.
dog.
Okay, please. All right. Okay, Mr. Abbas.
Thank you very much, Doc. I think UNESCO.
Very good. UNESCO is a very good example. Yes, any other?
Hello, sir.
Yes, Madam
Doc,
Catherine.
Please, we can talk about the UNICEF
The UNICEF. That's a very good example. Oh, you had these amazing examples and you are not talking. Oh, that's great. Yes, any other? Oh, I think for Ghana there, I intentionally left one organization out. Ghana has been going there, international organization. You have been hearing it on news every time.
IMF.
IMF,
IMF.
IMF.
IMF,
Ah.
IMF.
We have been going there every day. Hey, International Monetary Fund. Okay, that's very good. I'm sure we have also heard of the UN, the United Nations.
Yes, Doc.
Okay, and then we are also heard of the World Bank. Yes, I intentionally took some of those examples up so that at least we can be able to brainstorm around it. All these are international public sector organizations that they ensure that the member states of the citizens are actually upheld. They serve as checks and balances for some of these leaders within these countries and provide expert knowledge and advices when it comes to some of these instances as well. All right, let's come to the national level. So at the national level, you can talk about the Ministry of Finance or the various ministries. We can talk about the GRA, that is the Ghana Revenue Authority. We can talk about the Ghana Educational Service, that is the GS. We can talk about the Bank of Ghana as well. Can anyone add some examples of um, the public sector organization within the national level? So when we talk about the national level, we are looking at the country specific. So in this case, we are looking at Ghana. So country specific.
Okay, Doc. GRA,
GRA. Okay. So GRA, what's the full?
Ghana Revenue Authority.
Oh, I think it's there already. So I mentioned the Ministry of Finance, or that is a ministries in Ghana, the Ghana Revenue Authority, the Ghana Education Service, and the Bank of Ghana. So add your
Oh,
voice to it and let's see.
the what of Registrar General Department?
Registrar General's Department, that's a very good example. Thank you so much. Mr. Bass, let's have the examples there.
Okay, Ghana Health Service.
Ghana, oh, that's a perfect example. Wow, thank you. Ghana Health Service. All right. Mr. Benjamin Awate.
So Senate.
Senate. Oh wow, that's a very good example. Wow, wonderful. All right. Any other?
Dog, since you have
Any other?
GES, bring JTech.
Okay. So JTech, what's the full of JTech?
Ghana Tertiary Education Commission.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine. That's also within the national level. That's great. Yes, any other?
So Ghana Police
Standard Authority.
Ghana Standard Authority, Ghana Police Services. All right, that's fine. One last one. The last one.
NIE.
NIA. That's great. So all these are good examples and great examples when it comes to the public sector organizations at the national level. I'm bringing you to the place where you can be able to be bold, categorize, and contest all these levels. So that if you are talking about this, we are on the same page. If you are talking about that, we are on the same page. All right, let's look at the regional level. So with the regional level, we can talk about the Ashanti Regional Coordinating Council. That is a ARCC. I think you've all heard of it. We can talk about the Greater Accra Regional Health Directorate. Yes, any other examples in there within the public sector organizations at the regional level? At the regional level. Abdul Rahman, do you want to speak?
Regional Health Directorate.
Regional Health Directorate, that is fine. Yes, any other? Let me see. I think somebody has never spoken in this class. How can you be there and you have not spoken? Mr. Sampson, I think I've not heard your voice. Mr. Sampson, are you there? Samson or any John? Please, are you with us?
I'm here. It's a lady.
Oh, sorry. Is that your husband's phone?
I'm using somebody's phone, please.
And the somebody is not your husband. Hey, madam. Okay. Please, what's your name?
My name is Felicia.
Okay. So, Madam Felicia, at the level, can you think of any public sector organization in there?
Western Regional Coordinating Council.
Very good. So it means that all the coordinating councils are within the regional domain. So the Central Regional Coordinating Council, the Western Regional, whatever region, their council is within the public sector organization. All right, very good. So it is very important that we get to understand all these at different levels so that when we are addressing instances within the level, we get to understand that these are the reporting authorities or these are the reporting bodies that have been mandated with the power and authority to execute certain specific mandates within their roles as a public officers. All right, that is fine. Okay. Let's look at it from the local level. So with the local level, I give examples as the KMA, the AMA, and then the CCMA. So with your in your place or at your place, what is that local level? So the KMA is the Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly, the Accra Metropolitan Assembly, and then the Cape Coast Metropolitan Assembly. The Municipal Assembly. So within your local, what can you make of it? If your local is not within these examples, can you add to it for us? Yeah, Mr. Charles, where is your local?
Sir, Gomoy is Jida.
Oh, okay. So you are in Gomwa
Jida.
East. So you have an assembly over there. All
Jida.
right. Okay, that's fine. Mr. Bass, your local, where does it fall?
It falls under Sokoremampo Municipal Assembly.
Oh, okay. So it means that all those public sector organizations, respect to where we are, could be qualified and classified within the local domain. So we are looking at it within the four types: the international body, the national, the regional, and then the local. So this you can read more on it and then possibly at your own to enrich your knowledge for better understanding as well. All right. So we want to look at, so now that we have understanding respect to these public sector organizations at all those levels, what are some of the features that qualifies an organization to be within the public sector domain? What are some of the features? What are some of the characteristics? What are we supposed to look out for when it comes to the place of trying as much as possible to look at certain organizations within the public sector? The first thing is that it must be state owned, meaning that it is under the auspices of the government. It is under the auspices of the country, which is actually managed by the government. So indirectly, we are looking at where the ownership is within the structures of the government. And that is very, very important. If a public organization or a public sector organization is not under the auspices of the government, it ceases to become a public sector organization. That is the paramount foundation when it comes to the characteristics in line with a body qualifying to become a public sector organization. It is very, very important you look at it from that perspective. State ownership, that is belonging to the country, which in adverse we are looking at the ownership under the government. The next thing is that we must be able to have control within the domain of the government. So you can be here and then they will say they have changed the head within this particular organization. This person, they have demoted the person. This person, they have sacked the individual. They are all within the control of the government. So if an authority comes from on high, it happens. So I think we were here, and I think about 2 weeks ago, we saw a viral video on our WhatsApp statuses where a headmaster, I don't know whether it was a head teacher or someone, who was trying to fondle or play with a young girl, and it was on a video and people saw it, and all of a sudden we had the Ministry of Education issuing a letter that the headmaster had been sacked, or I don't know whether it was a teacher or a headmaster, had been sacked. This actual communication was not done to, or was not done by the headmaster of the school, but it came directly from the ministry. The ministry is under the regional domain, the national domain, sorry, under the national domain. And within the national domain, all these are actually owned and controlled by the government. So with the education sector, the senior high school that they were in falls under that particular domain. So they have the authority and the control to ensure that if you are not doing well, we put you in check. We actually demote you. We either promote you. We either recommend you to higher portfolios and positions. We can give a transfer to you at any point in time. The control is there to ensure that each and every individual don't enter into excesses which may not be expedient or relevant when it comes to some of the things that you intend to achieve or do at the end of the day. Another feature and characteristic is something we call the public accountability. I think I don't know whether it's ongoing or they are done on TV. Then they are going to be doing the public accounts. As a ministry, you come and then you present what you have done so far, the amounts that are in your coffers, and then the vetting committee or the audit committee, the panel will query you, find out how you have been using public funds, how you have been treating citizens, the amount you receive from the government, what you have done so far, what is in the coffers, do they tally, and then ensure that all these systems have been put in place and have been put in check. I think it is something that is very needful, specifically when it comes to Ghana. But the whole issue is that mostly, one question that my wife will always ask me, the question in this case is not who is doing the auditing, who audits the auditor as well. So the person that is actually in control and trying to ensure that you are accountable to some of the things, who also who does he accounts to? And that is where the problem is. So when the authority is just bestowed on the organization, and then we don't actually come to a place of ensuring the accountability or the public to the public, and the public is not aware. It is not for the fun of it, where they will telecast all these on television stations and we can have access to them on radios, on the internet. It is not just for the fun of it, but it is because of the structure in which it is situated in. The organizations, as we have rightly said from the introduction, they exist to serve the purposes and the interests of the citizens. So if they exist to serve the interests and the purposes of the citizens, it means that at the end of the day, you must account to the citizens and the public. So we want to know, when we entrusted an office in your care, have you been diligent enough? Did you look at the components of management very well, where you effectively and efficiently manage our resources? If it was not so, then we charge you with everything that we can, or we query you so that you can be able to actually come to a place where the embrace of the office is not abused. Okay, then we can talk about the autonomy. So, who can explain the autonomy? I think one can pick the autonomy and then another can pick the coverage. I've been able to explain on to what some of the features of a public sector organization in terms of the state ownership, in terms of the state control, in terms of the public accountability. All these are characteristics that are linked to a public sector organization. Autonomy. How do you relate autonomy to as a feature to a public sector organization? To a public sector organization. How do you do that? How do you do that? Let's see. Madam Poma, Madam Poma Opoku, how do you think autonomy is a feature to public sector? Okay, I think Madam might be engaged. Okay, Mr. DeGraft.
Yes, sir.
Sir, please, your question again. The network was
Oh, okay.
fluctuating, so
So
I didn't hear what you said.
That is fine. But we are looking at the features of public sector organizations. We have spoken about the state ownership. We have spoken about the state control. We have spoken about the public accountability. We want to know, how does autonomy becomes a feature of a public sector organization?
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Can I speak now?
Yes, please. Yeah, you can speak. I think Madam will come in, so you can speak, sir. Please go ahead. It's my network off. Please, can anyone hear me?
Yes, Doc, you are on.
Oh, okay. So I think their network is off. Can anyone speak on the autonomy? Okay, Mr. Abbas.
This sector. Uh, hello, sir.
From
Yes, we can hear you,
government
sir.
or any.
All right. So, like I am saying that in autonomy with respect to what we are saying, there are certain organizations that the government has allowed them to make or use their own rules to govern the localities. Example like Ghana Bar Association. Ghana Bar Association, we know government, the Parliament of Ghana, they are the lawmaking bodies. They can make laws to cover every aspect in Ghana. There are some areas they allow them to make laws to govern their locality, like Ghana Bar Association, like universities. And some organizations too, because of the nature of their work, the government have given them the full control to run the organization for the without the interest of the government. Government allow them to they pay their own workers, they do everything, but they are working for Ghana. That is the autonomy. That is how I can say about the autonomy.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. All right, Madam Poma.
Yes, sir. I beg to differ from what my brother said. You know,
Very
Ghana
well.
Bar Association is an association. It is not a state-owned something. It is an
Very true.
association of lawyers. When
Very
we
true.
talk of state-owned company, like the example he gave, the universities, to some extent, they have autonomy. That is in terms of decision making. But whatever decision you take should align with government's own. That is GTEC's own. So the autonomy here is sort of half-half. If that is why we have the state control there. You know, the state will control you, but whatever they will allow you to take decisions on your own. But whichever decision that you take should align with the government's own. So even in the universities, we say that the autonomy is half. It is not a complete one. But when we talk of autonomy as a whole, it is you giving the company or the institution the right to take decisions, the right to run their own affairs without any interferences from outsiders. Thank you.
Very well. That's a very good spot. Any other? All right, Mr. Abbas.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, for me, I see autonomy in the public sector organizations as a form of delegated authority that allows these organizations to make decisions and independent decisions, I should say. And then they determine their own preferences and they act on them. So that's how I understand these things.
Okay.
Autonomy
All
regards.
right. That's a very good point. So when it comes to the autonomy, you see, if they are considered as a public sector organization, it means that they should have the mandate to actually stand on their own to execute things in the name of the government, in the name of the citizens. So there is not going to be so much, although the government owns it, although it belongs to the state, although the control or there's a level or a form of control in there, however, they're supposed to, or we must come to a place where they can be able to act independently when it comes to such instances and cases respect to or connected to the organization, which is very key in this particular context as well. And then the coverage looks at in terms of their function, the ability to do, in terms of the thing that they are actually standing in for, in terms of issues respect to their mandate. They're supposed to cut across every individual within that sector. Example, if you are within the education or the Ghana Education Service, it is education for all, not the education for those in Accra, not education for those in Kumasi. It is education for all. That is why when free SHS came, the coverage was not just certain parts of Ghana, but the coverage was everyone. The coverage was every part, provided you are a citizen. So that is what we are intending to look at. So some of these are some of the characteristics also of public management, the integrating character, the political character, diversity character, complexity character, and then the synthetic character. Let's move on to the
So,
place of
question.
the. Okay, yes, please, madam. Move on.
What's the difference, the key difference between autonomy and state control?
So when it comes to the state control, you see, when you are looking at excesses, that is where the problem is. See, if you can give an authority to someone, that's why I was giving the example with respect to what happened to the teacher. I don't know whether you saw the video. Have you seen any video of such where there was a teacher and there was a young girl sitting on the lap, hypothetically a
Assistant
student?
head
Yes, sir.
teacher. Yes.
Assistant head teacher. You saw the video. See, the next day we saw a communique from the Ghana Education Service representative that the teacher ceases to be a teacher over there, and then the person is supposed to be handed over to the police and all those things. When it comes to that, the government, in a way, from that authority, has control over every ministry or every with this case it is under the Ministry of Education. They have control under of all these things. However, when it comes to acting on mostly the independent functions, like when you are talking about KNUST Senior High School, so the senior high school, it is not the Ministry of Education that is going to give them the authority to go and teach, going to give them the access to go and teach the students. That is already in their function. So they have the autonomy on its own to actually function and operate within the guidelines that have been instituted within the public sector organization mandate that has been given unto them. But when it comes to the control, in order for you not to enter into excesses, the government will serve as checks and balances when it comes to your administration, when it comes to the things that you are doing, when it comes to your provision of services. However, your power and mandate is actually intact to actually execute what you intend to do. I don't know whether it's quite clear.
Yes, sir. But so can you say that to some extent, we have organization having autonomy, they take decision, then government will come in and quash that decision.
Very well. See, there are instances where you have the autonomy, but the decision that you make is having the tendency of affecting certain groups, of affecting certain other organizations and institutions, of affecting certain individuals. When you make such decisions, it is the responsibility of the government to step in to put you in checks and balances. And these are practical examples. Example, for instance, with respect to the free SHS that we are using as an example, assuming an SHS just says, oh, because the government is not providing us books, I am charging every mother 500 Ghana cedis. See, once you make that decision, the government can come in and squash that decision because it is actually something that is not in line with their motive or what they intend to achieve, although they are trying to make efficient use of the resources to provide the books, if it is delaying, you look for a better alternative rather than charging their parents or the guardians with such an amount, because they are going to say it is actually not free SHS. I think we all heard of that, those news, because there were certain senior high schools that they were taking some monies, they were taking some charges, they were taking some items from the students. So we heard parents saying that, oh, it is actually not free SHS, they are actually taking this and this and that. Until the next moment, the government came in to issue a command and a law, or sorry, to issue a word to those institutions that are doing that, that if they don't take it, they're going to lose their portfolios. We were all here and then we heard of such instances. I don't know whether we heard of such some of these things that were happening.
Yes, we heard.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Doc.
So with
Yes.
that, the government will quickly step in, because the decision that you are taking is going to affect what they intend to achieve. So they will step in and then put you in check. However, you are at liberty to make decisions to help your institution or the organization that have been handed over to you. It helps them to help you to actually achieve the organizational purposes, but not to the extreme of affecting other organizations or other groups as a whole. Madam, is it quite clear? Madam, please, are we okay now?
Yeah, yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. All right. You're welcome. So we can look at some of the public management functions. I think this is something that we all know. The various functions of management. The same applies to this: forecasting, organizing, coordinating, control, evaluation. Forecasting, we are looking at the aspect of what of planning. The organizing, we are looking at it, trying to mobilize some of the groups, some of the individuals, some of the resources that are going to be key in ensuring that whatever we intend to achieve at the end of the day will be achieved. Coordinating, bringing to bear the right people, the right resources, the right responsibilities, the right services, the right mandate and need of the citizens to ensure that they are met at each point in time. We can talk about the control evaluation. That is, at the end of the day, after trying as much as possible to establish the motive or the public service, you are now trying to see whether what you actually did is yielding the results or the report at the end of the period. So all these are very key and they are all key functions of it. I think we have mentioned this, so I will skip it, where we said that the public service is organized by state, or that is actually something that is delivered by the public sector organizations that is under the auspices of the government within every country or within the state. And as I said, the public service, it could be from two perspectives: the public or the private. However, when we talk about the public, the motive at the end of the period, we are looking at it from the perspective of the individuals. How are they faring, the citizens? Then the other aspect, we are looking at it from the perspective of what? Of the private sector. They are just interested in the profit domain. And some of these are features of the public service. We have done 2 hours, and is it okay for us to break for 10 minutes and then continue the remaining 2 hours?
Yes, please.
Okay,
Yes,
so
Doc.
let's break for 10 minutes. So exactly 9:15, we'll continue for the remaining 2 hours. All right. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Good morning once again. Please, are we here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I think we can proceed now. It's 9:20. We can proceed now. All right. So these are some of the features of public service which you can go through it and then possibly um look at it. All right. Let's now look at public administration. I think we now know what public sector is. We've gotten to understand what the public service is within that domain. We have also looked at the place of um, ensuring that we've gotten to understand the aspect of what of the management as well, and then we have looked at public sector management. Now I want to look at public administration. So we are saying that with respect to the public administration, it represents a system that is governed by laws, rules, and procedures that prescribes rules, um, scales, responsibilities, but also has boundaries. So we are saying that when it comes to the issues with respect to the public administration, we are talking about how you actually administer your rules, how you execute your rules, how you are able to take out your responsibilities, how you carry out your responsibilities. And in as much as we are interested in how you carry out your responsibilities, we are also keen on trying to also understand um, the boundaries of your administration, because every domain, and we've gotten on to understand that the public sector has authority, and the authority has been bestowed by the state or the government. In as much as you have authority and then you can be able to execute some of the function, there are certain instances and things that we would need the individual to come under a particular domain of a jurisdiction. There are certain instances that we are also interested in, and that interest is to ensure that you don't go beyond, you don't enter into excesses. That is what we are also looking at. So the excesses around it is also very key. What are the excesses around it? The excesses around it where people begin to abuse their responsibilities, they abuse their authorities, they abuse their power. Once you begin to abuse your power and step into other areas, it becomes an eyesore, it becomes a particular canker and a problem, as we have actually outlined earlier on. So we are saying that the culture of road type represents a social construction type, appeared in the late 19th century and all those things. So we are also trying as much as possible to say that with the transitions that we have seen so far in the context of Africa, moving right from the military regime, going down into some of the coup d'etats and other military ruling or leadership that we have actually embraced as a country called Ghana. In this domain of democracy, we have gone through a lot of bureaucratical systems and governance. Each of them had a way of influencing our culture. Each of them had a way of affecting our organizations and institutions. But in as much as they have a way of affecting them, we have also come to a place where we are trying as much as possible to not allow these excesses to have an influence that is on the adverse impact with respect to the issues surrounding um, um, public sector and then its administration and how to administer some of these systems. So our interest in this particular domain is not just the concept of looking at just the public aspect, but our focus is also looking at the private aspect as well. So within these both domains, what are the excesses? What can be done? What are the boundaries? What are the limitations? Those are some of the things that we are interested in and then looking at. The first analytical reasoning question that we want to deliberate on some few minutes and then proceed to other things. The question is, why do you think many young people in Ghana are more attracted to public sector jobs than the private sector employment? And what strategies can government adopt to make private sector jobs equally appealing to the youth? The question is, Why do you think many young people in Ghana are more attracted to the public sector jobs than the private sector jobs or employment? And what strategies do you think the government can adopt to make the private sector jobs as equally important as it ought to be? What do you think? Quickly, I think we have a lot to do today. Quickly. Okay. Nana say.
Yes, Doc. To me, I think the reason is that with the public sector, there sometimes the remunerations are better than that of the private sector. Looking at
Oh, okay.
sometimes Senate being paid in most private sectors, they don't pay for workers' Senate. There are a lot of remunerations we enjoy at the public sector, which most private sectors do not enjoy. That is what is
Okay.
making a lot of the youth shifting uh, to the public sector.
So, what do you think can be done by the government to ensure that the
Yeah,
private sector is also at par?
yeah. So the government can put down certain modalities and engage all the private sector operators that if they are not able to do this and this for their employees, then their businesses will be shut down. Or government should also intervene. Government can also intervene for such organizations to
Okay.
meet the
Thank you
standard.
so much. Thank you so much. Madam Poma.
Yes, dog. It's because of the security in there. You know, the
Okay.
public sector, there is job security. Then
Okay.
we have other benefits too, like in terms of giving scholarships to your workers to go and study.
Okay.
Whereas in the private sector, you will fund your own uh, career path. You are going to pay your school fees and all that. Now, I
Okay.
think the government can also promote growth in the private sector. Before you shut down their companies or their firms, what have you done as a government to promote the private sector? So when it comes to resources, when it comes to certain taxes, I think the government can reduce it so that it will be attractive. Then again, in terms of skills development, when it comes to training of people, you can just liaise with them. They will bring their own people. Then, as a government, you also train them. Then, lastly, you can also help them when it comes to awareness and branding. You help promote the company or the private sector firms. You help in promoting them. So whatever, like the agenda 111 building of hospital, you can liaise with the private sector. They will contribute. You also contribute, and as a result, you are just promoting their brand or their company.
Okay, that's a very good point. Thank you so much for sharing. All right, so basically, some of these are the analytical questions that we are going to be facing or we are going to be looking at. This actually brings us to a place of what of practical knowledge and knowing, looking at what is actually happening over there and how we can be able to bridge our expert knowledge to those fields as well. Very good. So, with respect to this, we are also saying that then it means that we must be able to reform public service because if the public service is just as it was, if it was 10 years ago in this way and it's still the same, then it means that there is a big problem over there. So we are just looking at the transmission mechanism of what has been so, the form it was, the shape it has been in all this while, and then begin to juxtapose it to some of the things that we are seeing now. So we are saying that since the 1980s, countries worldwide have pursued public sector reforms to modernize governance and then improve efficiency. So the reason why we are looking at the reform is to promote efficiency and then improve upon effectiveness as well. So efficiency and effectiveness, that is what we are looking at as well. So all these are some of the things that we are doing and was being done in the olden days, but we are trying as much as possible to look at the new modernization and then some of these things. So the centrality now is respect to how the role had actually been transformed within the public service of then and now. So we are saying that the public service remains the key instrument for implementing government development goals. I think that is something that has really been established right from the beginning of our lesson as well. So it serves as a catalyst for economic development and growth and provides essential services rather than pursuing profit. I think there's something that has rightly been established as well. Governments continually seek better, more and efficient way of delivering services. That is also very key and has been established. And we're also saying that the state is evolving from a traditional administrator to a proactive facilitator, and then an agent of social change. So these are some of the things that have actually been established. But when you look at the transformation or the transition, we realize that although the olden era or the olden days or the earlier days of some of these public services, and then the notice in a way or two, we bestowed so much power on them and a respect to those who deem themselves to be public officers. There was so much authority that were actually accustomed unto them, and each and every individual was doing anything at any point in time, until we came to the point where the government gave the citizens the actual know-how that the authority that they are having in the public offices were actually bestowed on them by the citizens. That was when they became accountable to the citizens. That is when they actually began to embrace some of the systems and dictates. That was when they actually came to a point where individuals now respect the citizens, because the citizens are going to vote them in power. The citizens are going to hold them accountable. The citizens are going to demand feedback from them. The citizens are going to see whatever they are doing to either bestow power upon them again or not. And that is something that, to me, it is very healthy when it comes to the context of Africa. In Africa, we will leave you until the time for registration is in, until the time for voting is in. But the only problem is that we will actually forget the things that you did. And then within the last period, if in case that is what you are supposed to do, we begin to work around it. We begin to talk to you about it, and then we begin to clear some of the things and then the pattern and the ways to come to you or your place of understanding, and then bringing us to the realities of the things that are supposed to be associated with the public office or the service that you are providing within your organization as well. So some of the key functions of the civil service, that is looking at the creativity, the strategic policies as well, looking at designing and delivering services directly within the private sector. I think this is something that has actually been said even right from the introduction, where there are certain projects that cannot be carried out by just the government alone, because they lack the expertise, because the technical know-how is not there, because of the limited funds that may be associated with government leadership and rulership. So they try as much as possible to embrace or bring on board the private sector, because of the in-depth knowledge of their employee base, or because of the type of service that they render, and because they are geared towards making profit, they try as much as possible to do things very well and more professional. So the government will rather go into some of these activities with them, and then go into contrast with them, and then they form partnerships in that, and then try as much as possible to look at some of these things. The point three is saying that using public money efficiently while upholding core value, integrity, impartiality, honesty, and then objectivity. And it is very, very important. That is something that outlines the roles of those in public offices or civil service. What we are saying is that all these individuals, your responsibility is to ensure that the money that we have given unto you, the money that the citizens have allocated unto you, I think you'll be here. I think it was the previous government that they said, oh, one village, one dam, or one village, they will release $1 million for work and productivity and other things. We don't know whether they actually did, or they are yet to do, or they will do later or so. What we are saying is that you will be there as somebody who is in the public service or public office. Be there. The taxes that we've paid as citizens, they will allocate a chunk of it to you. Seek it for our welfare and our well-being. Take it and begin to bring certain projects that are very productive within our communities. But the only problem that I have is that mostly they will take some of these resources, they will take some of these monies, and yet you will not actually see any of the projects that they said they are going to do. And that is where, if you are not having any line with being accountable to the citizens, that is when the next administration or the next period of electing certain leaders, they would sideline you and you will not be involved in any way as well. So the evolving role and challenges of the civil service, definitely because of the transition that is gone through, there will always be a challenge, and even after the transition, challenges are going to arise. So we are saying that the civil service must evolve from a domestic rigid system to a dynamic, globally responsive and proactive sector. I think Ghana, one of the cankers that we are seeing is the bureaucratic nature of our system. Go here, go there, go there, go there, go there. So mostly people will just look at this and say, why do I need to go through all these things? Meanwhile, I can pay somebody and the person will do it for me just within some few seconds. Why should I go through this particular intense process? Meanwhile, there are certain instances that should be, and that is where the introduction of technology actually came in, and it's been helping. I think previously there were a lot of paperwork, a lot of processes, a lot of things that are supposed to be done. But as time went on, technology came in, and now we've been going through some of these things, and then it's quite easier. I quite recall some years ago we went to a hospital, and they were now still trying as much as possible to embrace the aspect of technology. You go to OPD, you go and pick your file, you go to this place, you pick this, you go to this place, you're going to pick that, and the time that you will spend even before they attend to you, if you are going to die, you will die. But now you go there, you just show them your hospital card, and every detail, every appointment you've had ever since that day that you appeared, they will forward it to the doctor, and the doctor receive it on the laptop and or the computer. And then by the time you realize, within a short possible time, they've been able to address every issue of a health impairment or a health condition within your system within the shortest possible time. And we're also saying that it should collaborate with private and international partnership, that is the PPPs, that is for the value for money public services. And as I said, there are certain services that the private sector may have expert idea, resources, money, and the actual people who are involved in. So all that the government will need to do is to ensure that they go into arrangements and agreements with them. And the moment they go into such an agreement and an arrangement with them, they begin to carry out certain projects, and then the outcome of the project is that they are able to gain value for money at the end of the day. And then to remain relevant, the public sector must embrace innovation. And this is one thing that is lacking in a lot of public institutions in Ghana. Sometimes you wonder, I've been to several public sector organizations, because of the nature of the engagement you are having, and because sometimes they can give you a role of going to speak to certain people to bring them on board to enroll to seek further education. So sometimes you go there and then you speak to the locality. I had a son, I can't recall. I went with my boss to one of the places in Bolga. Excuse me to say, went to one of the places in Bolga, and then we're speaking to them about the need to further the education and a whole lot of things. One of the people that I think was the manager of the place said that, I had a son, I had a unya degree, no, I already did no. It's like, how? So the mindset is in such a way that if you are somebody who is new and you go there and you intend to bring a new idea, they are going to be sidelined, and that is a big problem within it. If there is any improvement, you are going to sideline. They don't ensure the continuous improvement of whatever you intend to achieve at the end of the day. No, all that they are looking for is the static way of doing their things. They come to the office, they sit down, they sign letters, they sign letters, they sign letters. They'll say, today they have worked, Papa. What did you do? I've been signing letters from morning till evening. Meanwhile, that was not the only main purpose and motive for your assignment as a public officer within that public service. So it's very important that we evolve from that particular domain of previous preconceived idea about how things are supposed to be done, and then embrace technology, embrace innovation, and then begin to actually look at a continuous growth and improvement within the office that you occupy as well. Let's look at this analytical reasoning question, just one or two submissions, and we proceed. Considering the evolving role of public sector in Africa, from being a driver of socio-economic development after independence to adopting to private sector principles through reform. Do you think market-oriented reforms have strengthened or weakened the public sector ability? Simply put, what we are saying is that with a sector that is focused on ensuring that markets are working, exchange rate is actually stable, payment of goods are done on time and in time, the economy is doing well, the currency is more stable. Do you think if a country focuses on that, it will bring more stability in the economy or not? Yes, anyone? Do you think if a country focuses on building the economy, if a country focuses on looking at the aspect of trying to bring a reform by means of focusing only on marketing domain or the market structure, do you think it is going to strengthen the economy or weaken it? Yes. Yes, Mr. DeGraft, can you hear me? Mr. DeGraft, are you with us? Okay. Mr. Abbas, can you hear me? Okay. Madam Poma Opoku.
Yes, sir. To some extent, it has strengthening how things are done in the public sector. Example is, Ghana Water and Company and the Electricity Company. At first they were giving bills,
Yeah,
using a
yeah,
lot
yeah.
of papers and all that. But now,
Mm.
since digitalization, they are now using SMS and an app, which you can just pay your electricity bill and all that. Then, as the example you gave, the hospital, instead of, printing papers, folders, and the rest, they have also moved to digitalization. So, at a point, it has brought about innovations. It has also helped when we come to how efficient we provide services.
So where do you stand? Do you think it has really strengthened the public sector in terms of the economy or it has weakened it?
Oh, it has strengthened at a point, it has weakened at a point.
Okay, very good. So give us an aspect of the weakness. I think we can do with the aspect of the strength. Can you give us in any way how it has weakened the public sector?
Okay, so going back to my example with the electricity company and Ghana Water and Sewage, at first I think it will be a local company who will be, who the government will fall on to provide this papers and other things that they will need for the bills. But since they introduced the digitalization, Ghana, they will not even give it to a government sector like the GIFIX and the rest to do the app for them. But rather, they will fall on private companies to set up this app for them. So at a point, yes, it has weakened it because it has reduced public sector capacity by relying solely on private sector to produce basic things for them.
Wow, that's a very good submission. Thank you so much, madam. Thank you so much. Can anyone give another example of how you think the focus on market-oriented public sector systems have actually weakened because of the public sector organization? That was a good example that Madam Pomar gave. Can anyone add any other of how it has weakened the public sector organization? Any other? Mr. Aminu, can you add any other for us? Can anyone hear me?
Yes, Doc, we can hear you.
Okay, let's proceed then. All right, then let's look at the concept of the public officers then. Who are the public officers? We are looking at all public sector employees, members of government, board and committee members, local government officials, and employees of public universities, employees of public utilities, and then some volunteers. So we are just looking at, simply put, a public officer is somebody in public office. So we would want to pick practical examples from some of us. Okay, just mention where you are working for us to see whether you fall within this category, and then we'll qualify you as a public officer. All right, let's see. Is it Ken Trust? I don't know whether you are with us. Ken Trust, please, are you with us? Hello, Ken Trust, please, are you with us? Okay, he's not with us. Let's see. Mr. Yeboah, please, are you with us?
Yes, please.
Okay, please, we want to find out where you work, if that is going to be okay with you, and then in what capacity. We want to see whether you are a public officer based on some of these descriptions.
I am teaching in the secondary school.
You are teaching in the
I'm
secondary
teaching
school.
in
So
the secondary school.
it means that you are a public officer. All right, that is fine. Thank you. Uh, Madam Kum, Mr. Sampson. That's Madam Felicia, right? So, Madam Felicia,
Yes. Hello.
can you share with us where you are working? We want to see whether we are within the public officer domain.
Oh, okay. I'm with GES. I'm a
Yes.
teacher.
So, all right. So it
Yes.
means that you are a public officer. All right. Anyone who is not a teacher, because I know most of you are supposed to be teachers, but is there anyone who is not a teacher but has an office that is captured within this domain? Okay, so I'll assume that we are all teachers. Madam Anita, please, are you a teacher?
Doug, yes, please.
Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine. So it means that because of our nature and the nature of our work. Okay, Nana, please, we'll come to you. Because of the nature of our work, we are all at a place where we can qualify ourselves as what, as public officers, because we are working for the government within the Ghana Education Service. All right, Nana, please, let's have your submission.
Okay. Doc, you did mention of Ken Trust AJ. Yeah, he's a good friend of mine, but I think the network is very bad. He works with one private firm, a construction company.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
So meaning for him, because it does not fall within this, and because he's within the private domain, we can't qualify him as a public officer.
Yes.
Okay. All right, that's fine. So it's okay. You can mute. Very good. So these are the services, or some of the services, that are provided by the public officers. Basically, we have the health services, that is looking at the Ghana Health Services, looking at the regional directories and all those ones connected to the health. We can talk about the police services, that is looking at the safety of the citizens within the country, and it is mostly handled by the police department and all that are connected to security issues as well. Then we can talk about education. That is where most of us fall within. Education. That is where most of us are within the aspect of teaching in the secondary school or the tertiary school or basic school, provided you are within that particular umbrella. We can talk about the postal services as well, where the postal services, we are looking at the courier services, post office, EMS, and all those domains. So all these are some of the services that are provided by the public service as well. What are some of the roles of public officers? At least as a public officer, what is your role? All right, we are saying that the public officer is a government employee, which has already been established. All teachers are government employees, except maybe possibly individuals that are not teachers, but or maybe they are teachers within the private sector. Our focus is the public officers, those who are within the conditions of delivering a public service in the name of the government, simply put. All right. We are also saying that the public officer serves in a different department of the government. This is quite so. So within the teaching field, you can talk about maybe Madame Poma in a different university. You can talk about maybe Madame Catherine in a different school. You can talk about Madame Felicia in a different SHS. So they are all from different departments. They are all working under the auspices of the government. The public officer works for the government and is entitled to such a duty for 24 hours. That is why if you are sleeping, we call you a teacher. If you are standing, you are a teacher. If you are with a chalk, you are a teacher. If you are not with a chalk, we are a teacher. Provided that name tag has been given unto you at all times. That is your name, your title that has been associated with your identity as well. We're also saying that the public officer normally holds a permanent pensionable jobs, and that is what Madame Poma was actually talking about. When it comes to the place of the public service or the public sector organizations, the public officers have the surety. The surety is in such a way that you will be able to actually work as a permanent employee. You have signed a contract, they are giving you a letter. It's not like 2 years later they will say, come and renew your contract. 2 years later they will say they are sacking you, or 2 years later they will say this. No. Once you are employed into the mainstream, you are a permanent officer and you have pensionable jobs that are associated with your growth and your rising as well, not as compared to that of the private sector. With the private sector, sometimes they can say after a year, come and do your renewal, come and do this. We said I will give it to you for 1 year, but now we are in the 8th month and we can't anymore. No, that is not what happens to public officers within the public office domain. All right. So with this, there's a reading assignment. We are just trying to talk about the conditions. They are all in the book. The book that I think I showed you how to have access to the book as well. But you should have the hard copy book as well. That is if it has been given to you or it is going to come to your center, you must have it, and then you look at it and then actually have some readings around it as well. Let's look at some of the challenges to the public sector. So you pick one, you explain, you add examples. You pick one, you explain, you add examples. So pick yours so that nobody would pick yours and you come and say, sir, I had wanted to actually pick this one, but somebody has said it. These are some of the challenges. You pick one, you explain, and then possibly you relate it with the hello, can you hear me? This network thing. Please, can I be heard?
Yes, please. No.
Okay. So what we are saying is that respect to the challenges, you pick one and then you explain and maybe you add an example. So pick the one that you think is quite easier. Show up your hand very earlier so that nobody picks your point. You pick it, you explain it. Let's see. Who's going first? Who's going first? Okay, Madam Catherine. Madam Catherine.
Hello, sir.
Yes, madam. So which one
Hello.
are you picking?
Please, I'll pick the second one. The image
Okay.
of the public sector is neither positive, clear, nor stimulating.
How do you
So
explain the challenge?
sometimes it's presumed that the public sector do not give out their best when it comes to, let's say, working to achieve a goal. For example, let's say teachers. We normally presume that, oh, the public schools, they are not doing anything better. The private schools are, in terms of, let's say, their results are performing better than the public schools. Meanwhile, maybe in the school, you are doing your possible best, but certain resources are not making it possible for the best of results to be achieved. So I think that is a main challenge, though the teachers in the public schools are doing their ultimate best.
That's
Thank
a
you.
very good and a practical example. Thank you so much for sharing with us. Any other? Madam Anita, let's have your submission.
Um,
Which challenge are you picking?
Lower wages compared to the private sectors.
Okay, lower wages compared to the private sector. All right, can you explain to us?
Yeah, I would say that when it comes to the government sector, that is the public sector, sometimes the wages, in as much as at the end of the month you get your salary, there are some benefits that you are not gaining compared to the private sectors. The private sectors often give some allowances, clothing allowances, and other things to make their workers more improved or committed to their work. But public sectors, most of us are lacking. Like teachers, for instance, we don't have any allowances that we are taking. So that's what I can say. Doug, Doug. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes,
All right. Thank you for your submission. I think my network was breaking up. Sorry about that.
no problem.
All right. Mr. Yeboah, which of the challenge are you picking and why? And can you give any example? Mr. Yeboah Williams.
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir. Please, we can hear you.
Um, I'm taking low wages compared to the private sector.
I think that is what Madam Anita explained. Okay, so you add your voice to it. Add your voice to it.
Okay, for that one, most of the public institutions, the workers over there are not paid well, so they are not motivated to put up their best as compared to the private sector where they have so many benefits like accommodation, at times canteen, health, insurance, as compared to the public sector. These things are not there. So if you want people in the public sector to put up their best, then we have to provide this, we have to pay them high. And apart from that one, other benefits like accommodation, transportation, etc., should also be provided. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Madam Poma Opoku, please let's have
Yes,
your submission.
sir. Mine is too. You know, the first one, based on what my colleague said, I bet to differ in a sense that it is one aspect, like genius, for instance, that maybe they are not, they don't have that right to enjoy the, or not even right, they are not enjoying the housing and the others. But when you go to government sectors, other section, you have right, rent allowance, transport, utility, even security, they
Okay.
pay. Yes,
Okay.
so that one, it depends on where you are.
Okay.
That
Okay.
yes, for genius you don't enjoy, but for other sections like the university, we enjoy up to utility, your electricity and water bill, they pay for you.
Okay.
I will take the point for where public sector is not reaching students and graduates in. Yeah, I'll take the point for because when it comes to public sector recruitment, it is basically to whom you know, not those
This
who
one.
merit it. Yes,
This
not
one.
those who merit it. Like
Okay.
the recent recruitments they are coming to do in terms of those going to join the army and the rest. Basically, it will be about party boys, not the merited ones. So recruitment in the public sector is really tedious as compared to the private sector, where you are supposed to defend your skills and knowledge that you are bringing on board. But when you come to the universities, for instance, when there is recruitment, they bring their people up there. Whether the
Yeah, that's
person
true.
can do it or not, they will tell you this is from the government, this is from the minister, and you can't say anything about it than to recruit the people.
That's very true. That's very true. Thank you so much for your submission. All right. The third point. Who is taking the third point? Mr. Abbas. Will you pick the third point for us? Slow advancement, including how seniority is more important than merit. Yes, anyone to pick the third point?
Can I say something too? Me, I'm a
Yes, ma'am.
talkative, so so
Mom, proceed. Proceed.
okay, so with the third one, when it comes to the public sector, we do with seniorities according to ranks. So
Okay.
even if the person has reached the last rank or the rank that he or she used to be promoted to that level, maybe director or head of department or something, they will give it to the person without considering whether the person can handle or can be very efficient in that position. You might have a junior colleague who is very good, who has even more knowledge about the senior colleague. But since the person has gotten to that rank, whatever you do, they are going to do it. They are going to give it to them. So in terms of seniority, yes, they deal with seniority, which is good. But I think sometimes they need to open it so that the juniors will also apply. Whoever sailed through the interview will get it, rather than being that, okay, you've gotten to deputy, so the directorship, you are supposed to get it. That is how I understand it.
I think this also happens more in the educational sector as well. I think I've seen certain people who, in a way or two, were teachers in the senior high school. They taught, I think they were using those their, how do they call it? Is it their advanced certificate or so? One of our teachers there, Rokoto, back in I think 2009, he was teaching, he was one of the good lecturers, until later on we realized that he was using the advanced level certificate to teach, and he had not gone to the university and whatever. And because he had had a lot of experience with teaching, they had to promote him to become an assistant headmaster of academics. It was a lot of things. So it's like, so it means that when you are employed as a teacher, then you don't need to actually look at upgrading yourself. You just need to be working more. They'll be taking you, until recent developments came that if you want to be in the senior secondary schools, you must actually have this qualification. If you want to be here, you must do this. Is that not so?
But that even has a challenge, you say. The
Okay.
fact that the person has masters, the person has PhD, doesn't mean the person is good in whatever he's doing. When it comes to teaching, the experienced ones are those old people that you are talking about.
Very
But
true.
let me cite myself as an example. When I came out from the college, we were the first batch of diploma. So
Okay.
eventually we were on the level senior soup. Is it two or one? I've forgotten.
Okay.
So when the school that I was posted in, I was automatically given the headship position, which I rejected because you met people there who have experience more than you. Teaching as a profession is basically about experience. Oh, trust
Okay.
me, it is about your
Okay.
experience. So bringing this, when you do masters, you are supposed to jump and all that. Those people are not even performing.
Mm.
Those people with those certificates are not performing. They brought this into the university system, and at a point, it backfired. Those who
Yeah,
don't
that's
have
true.
PhD were not promoted because they were forced to go and do PhD. But they are the experienced one. Even these people with PhD, what are they doing?
Mm.
When a
Yeah.
teacher teaches, you will see that way a born teacher, way a be a
Very
watch,
true.
especially with the
Very
university
true.
setting. Teachers from basic schools, they rise to the university, are performing better than these SHS WASI people going straight to do masters and the PhD. So that one, your teacher needed, it was in the right sense, but this current using certificate for promotion is not helping the teaching profession. That is my
Mm.
point of view, though.
Oh, that's very good. I think it's laudable to actually say it, because when it comes to certain professions, because of the nature of the profession, mostly it demands, as you said, a lot of experience, a lot of all these things. But don't you think if you complement those with the degree, it will, or with the certificate, don't you think it will make us more efficient and effective as public officers in administering our services? Don't you think so?
So that is where the point will come in. You are supposed to sponsor your
Mm.
workers for staff development. If you think
Wow.
the person is good and he doesn't have money, to do masters and the rest is It's very costly. So here you sponsor the person to go and pursue whatever program that you want to the person to go and do. Then the person will come back to the classroom. But you leaving it for the person
Please
to
carry on. Mm.
sponsor himself, it is not easy. How much do you give to him for him to go and pay almost 10,000, 12,000 for a certificate? The nurses, they are being sponsored to go to school. What of the teaching profession? They don't even recognize masters. See, when I was in GESN, with 2 masters, what I was receiving compared to where I am, it is just a peanut.
Wow.
That is the sad aspect of Ghana Education Service. You go to the universities and you realize you have wasted your years in GES, which is so sad. What I was receiving that time with 2 masters, it is not even equivalent to my allowances that I'm taking. So just imagine, how will I get money to pursue my education?
That's
It's
true.
not
That's
easy.
true.
Hmm. It's well. So we are all also being at least working on the basic foundations for us to become more efficient and effective public officers to ensure that some of these loopholes and gaps are actually addressed within our time of administration. We know that we are coming on board. We know that we will get there. We know that we are coming, and we know that it's going to be worth it at the end of the day. So let us see how things are going to be in this particular domain as well. All right. So some of these, I think we will move out of this particular place and uh with this perception. So these are just points of views about the public sector. So with this, people can look at the pros, people can look at the cons. It's like they are from two different school of thoughts. A lot of people are looking at issues respect to the continuity of public service. So respect to public service, once you are employed in there, until you do something extreme that is out of your public office, you will be in that service for your lifetime. A lot of people have actually a school of thoughts recently spoke. I think I went for a seminar in that particular domain, and they were talking about a timeline where we should give to lecturers, where it's supposed to be at least if you teach for 7 years. What is there to teach again? Then you hand over. And another school of thought was also of the view that the more, as Madame Poma actually said to us, the more you are teaching, the more experience you become. So why don't you actually even continue, and then we focus on people who have had the experience for a long time. And each and every school of thought had a reason why they were going for the other side, and the other was also having an experience or an exposure or a reason for going to that extreme side. All these school of thoughts are very important. They are very needful. However, you should look at it that not all in all circumstances there are certain issues that can best fit in a condition. There are certain situations that you rather go in for the long experience. There are certain instances where you're going for the short experiences. They are all dependent on what you intend to achieve within the scope, bearing in mind that the outcome is to have the betterment of the citizen. So if you are looking for which school of thought to adopt, we are not looking for which one is right, which one is wrong. Our focus and concentration is on how best we can be able to actually achieve the intended audience, how best we can be able to achieve the outcome, how best we can be able to carry out the mandate in the interest of the citizens, which is very key. Now let's look at the other session where we can talk about the public sector planning. The public sector plan. This is one of the things that is far more deficient when it comes to the public sector, as per some of the identifiable cases and issues in the context of Africa, specifically Ghana, as we are talking about. A lot of issues and instances within the public sector, sometimes, although the plans have been laid out on paper, but when it comes to the processes in achieving the plans that have been laid out, there is a question mark over there. So we are saying that planning is a fundamental management function that defines what needs to be done, how, when, and by whom. The whole issue is that what needs to be done had been rightly written down. You go, they'll bring the policy document. You can have about 40 pages, 50 pages, the plan, progression plan from this state to the other. They can tell you that in the next 10 years, there is where we want to get to. And you can go through all these documents. Excellent, powerful. They can even use those documents to actually solicit for funds from other bodies, international organizations, and all those. However, when it comes to how, when, and by whom, how it must be done, when it must be done, who's supposed to be responsible for that, we have a lot of deficiencies in that particular area, and it's something that we must really look at as individuals that we want to reform our public service system, as individuals that we want to actually change the nature of how things are supposed to be done within the public sector under the confines of the government, specifically in Ghana as well. So it is an intellectual and forward-looking process that sets goals and identifies effective courses of actions. So when it comes to the planning, we are trying as much as possible to look at with respect to the next phase. We are looking at the citizens now. The citizenry is made up of 21st century individuals. There's going to be a time that will come that these citizens, their needs are going to change. So how would you still be able to, as a public officer within the capacity or serving within the public sector organization, how would you still be able to meet the need, that is the changing needs of the people? Because you should know that if somebody or if the citizens are looking for roads and then you construct roads for them, the next item that they will need will not be roads again. There's going to be a changing trend of a need. So how are you supposed to plan ahead to be able to adapt to these changing needs of the citizens within the community as well? So let's look at some of the characteristics of the public sector planning. So first and foremost, it's a managerial function. That is very key. That is why we tried as much as possible to link public sector management and administration. The planning aspect is a managerial function. We all say this, that if you plan to fail, you if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. And it's something that, although maybe an olden or a long aged adage that was said, but it's still relevant and it's still actually in dispensation. It's a managerial function that needs to be carried out at all times. What do you intend to achieve in this particular season? What is supposed to be done? When are we supposed to achieve it? Who is going to be responsible for what and at what time? And it's very important we look at it from that perspective. And it's supposed to be goal oriented as well. If you are planning and there is no goal, how effective the goal is, how efficient the goal is, how timely the goal is. The goal is how specific the goal is, how measurable the goal is, how agreeable the goal can be, if how realistic the goal is. All these are supposed to be captured within the plan. So the smart keys must be in play: specific, measurable, agreeable, realistic, timely. So you adapt all these to actually ensure that indeed this plan is goal oriented and can be achieved within the set targets. Within the set target as well. And it's very key. Until you are able to carry out this particular dictate, it's going to bring you to the place where you will actually end up planning to fail, because you will fail to plan and then you plan to also fail as well. The plan should be pervasive. So it means that we are looking at factors or elements that are widespread, they are common, they are influential across various aspects of the planning process. So it's very important. Like a typical example, technology. Technology is very key. So it can impact your plans, it can impact the development of the plans, it can impact how the plans will be communicated, it can impact how the plans will be implemented. So technology is very key. Sustainability is very, very key because your plan can be influenced by certain social, environmental, and economic sustainability issues. Because you plan that is what you intend to do. Maybe you want to, within your community, there is lack of food. So within your capacity as a public officer, you mobilize the youth. You bought a big farmland and then you planted certain crops on that particular land. What if it does not rain? It is being affected by an outside force. So what do? You bear in mind, you put it at the back of your mind that it is possible it may not rain. So let us start looking at an irrigation system. So you are trying as much as possible to capture all the possibilities which are common and is possible to actually happen, and then look at it in this particular domain. And then the plan should be a continuous process. At least there are certain aspects of the plan that can be achieved there and then. However, it is very important and needful for us to understand and know that the plan must be a continual plan. That's why sometimes somebody can say within this organization, we have like a 35-year project plan, a 40-year project plan for our personal lives. Somebody can say, oh, I have the next 10 years of my life planned out. Right from this particular program, I want to do a PhD. Right from my PhD, I want to do my postdoc. Right from my postdoc, I want to publish some articles to become a full professor. Right from full professor, I want to travel around the world. I want to do this. It's a plan that have been laid out. So it's like a continual plan from one place to the other, to the next, and then you are heading towards any direction and dictate that you want to achieve at the end of the day. And the next thing is that it must be or stem from an intellectual process. It is very key. There are certain people that they will say that within this department we have planned. Yes, you have planned. However, the plan has no intellectual component in there, like planning out of your own impulse, planning not based on certain research that have been carried out, planning not based on certain instances where you have actually put things in on grounds, and these are the realities on ground. You just sat in the comfort of your home and then you began to control and put things together, and you want people, you want individuals, you want people to actually believe and embrace that this that you have said is something that is actually supposed to be the final thing. No, that is not what you are interested in. What you are looking out for is that in the case and in the context of the plan, there is a component that we think that no, this is very realistic, this is ideal. In fact, there is so much wisdom and thought in this particular plan as well. All right, the importance of planning, it minimizes risk and uncertainty, which is very key, because the moment you begin to plan, you'll be thinking about the possible occurrences that may happen. So as you are thinking about these possible occurrences, you are now thinking about what will be done if in case these occurrences happen. In case it does not rain, what do? The next step is that you are planning an irrigation system. If in case there is a fire outbreak, you are not saying that it should be so, but that is a risk. What do? Oh, I make provisions of fire extinguishers over there. So you are always thinking ahead, you're always planning ahead, you're always trying as much as possible to put things together to come to the place of reality that this is the case and this is what is actually going on. It facilitates coordination of activities, which is very key, because the plan is already there. You know that this person is going to do this person is responsible for that, this unit will do this unit to do that, and all these are very key. It also sets out standards for controlling, which is very key, and then it uncovers and identifies future opportunities and then threats as well, which has really been explained as well. So government's planning purpose. Why do you think the government should plan? We are talking about planning within the sector. Yes, we all agree that the sector, there's supposed to be a system of planning over there. But why do you think the government should also plan? Because the PSO, that is a public sector organization, is under the control of the government or the state. It is owned by the state or the government. So why then should the government plan if I'm also planning? We are saying that when the government plans, it gives direction. It's not now that we are saying that, oh, we want to focus on agriculture maybe for 1 month. Now you are thinking about health, you are thinking about it. All these are important, but if the government says we are planning this direction, it gives the certainty, the direction, the focus. This is what we want to do. So we are focusing and channeling most of the resources and then the expertise, the skills, the knowledge we are having to that particular field. And then we can look at it is that we can look at it in the perspective where government's planning reduces uncertainty, the place of the loss, the fear of the loss. If you are planning, at least you are planning with numbers because you have carried out a research. And when you carried out the research, it has come to bear that in this particular environment, the individuals or the students or the citizens over there are into this. This is what the students want. This is what the citizens want. So if this is what they want, what do? You try as much as possible to bring all these systems, you try as much as possible to bring them to the place of them meeting and having all these for their advantage. However, if in case there is a possibility that that thing cannot happen, then you just reduce it. It reduces that particular place. So you carried out the research and realize that no, I said I was going to actually construct a skyscraper in Accra. How do you call it? Skyscraper or what? You want to do it in Accra, but after several analysis, you realize that no, it's not feasible. It's not feasible. Very good. Then we can look at reducing waste, and that is one canker in Africa, not just Ghana. In Africa, we are skilled in wasting resources. Oh, I thought we were going to do with it. Oh, I thought this would have been profitable. I thought we were doing this. By the time you realize it's gone. By the time you realize there is nothing that is waiting for us anymore. By the time you realize the opportunity has been lost. So it reduces waste. And then planning establishes parameters of control, which is also very key. So this is a reading assignment. You are just going to read on the 3 levels of management. They are all in the book. That's the strategic management, the tactical management, and then the first line. So all these are very key aspects and components and what they do when it comes to certain PSOs, that the certain public sector organizations, and what they do over there. All right. So the causes of failures, and this is very, very key. So we are saying that the public sector planning is very important. We have gotten to understand the reason or the importance of their planning. We have looked at the aspect where we focus much on government planning as well and why it is important. Now, why do you think planning will fail? So with this, okay, let's pick any of them and explain to us why you think this particular point is one of the major reasons of the failures within corporate institutions, specifically within public sector organizations. Just pick one and explain to us why you think it's a very high rated cause of corporate planning failure. Yes, I think I can see Mr. Awate Benjamin. Can you pick any of them and then explain to us? Mr. Awate, can you hear me? Oh, can anyone hear me, please? Am I connected?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
We
Yes,
can
Doc,
hear
you are
you.
connected.
Yes, sir.
We can hear you.
Okay, so it means that Mr. Awate is not around. Okay, let's see. Madam Catherine, can you pick one major cause you think from this outline that you think this is one of the major reasons for corporate planning failures? Madam Catherine.
Yes, I'll pick a lack of accountability.
Why do
And
you
I would
think
say
so?
that in the public sector, most people are not held accountable for a tax given unto them. So for that, people do anything anyhow without taking into consideration the available resource and maximizing it for achieving the set goals. So I think when people are not held accountable, they are not focused to really work on achieving the set goals of the organization.
Okay,
Thank you.
that is fine. That is fine. Thank you so much. Madam Felicia, what do you think? Madam Felicia, are you there?
I'm here.
Yes, please. What do you think?
Okay, so I think that I'm looking at lack of knowledge and understanding.
Okay.
I think that sometimes talking about planning, people say they are planning, whereas they don't even actually know what they are planning about. So, for an effective work to be done, or for it to be very effective, you need to have a fair idea or knowledge about what you seek to achieve. Then you can actually plan concerning that. So without that, you fail definitely. If you don't have a fair idea, if you don't really know what you are seeking to achieve or what you want to gain at the end of the day, you cannot plan effectively. Thank
That's
you.
very fine. That's very fine on the lack of knowledge and understanding. That's great. Mr. De Graft, are you here?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Yes, please. Which of the courses do you
Okay, so
think
I'll
is
take a lack
the
of senior. Okay, I'll take a lack of senior management involvement. Like when you put everything in the paper on the paper, and its implementation, the senior members, the CEOs, the chief executives, and the other authorities, if they are not involved, the implementation will be limited. And if they are not ready to implement whatever has been put on the paper, the junior members cannot implement them. So lack of support from the management, like ethics, code of conduct, like the senior members who are doing the bad things or bad behaviors, and the implementation of that code of conduct, they are not ready to implement such a code of conduct, so that the punishment will be will be taken, because they are part of the they are part of the harm that is caused, like what happened in K University. If that senior member, the assistant headmaster, he is part of the code of conduct in the school and its implementation, this man will never implement it, so it will not be effective. That is why planning is fail, or the failure of planning. Thank you, sir.
Wow, that's great. That's good. The last one. The last one. Who would want to? Mr. Emmanuel. Mr. Emmanuel Mausi. Can you pick the last point for us? Mr. Emmanuel, can you hear us? Okay, Mr. Emmanuel is not there. Nana say, please, are you there?
Yes, Doc, I'm here.
Okay. Can you
Yeah,
pick the
yes,
last
Doc.
point? And then
Too little focus on implementation and charge on management, or the lack of accountability. Okay.
So I think it's left with too little focus on implementation and change management.
Okay. Yes, Doc, normally what happens is the policies will be made, and when they get to the implementation stage, instead of monitors and supervisors to monitor or supervise and see that what actually the policy is actually being implemented, then there will be a break, especially when we come to our level here, like the basic school. For supervisors to come around to at least supervise and also check whether head teachers or teachers are actually on the ground doing the work. they sometimes refuse coming, and when there's also change in management, they also want to do a different, carry out a different whole project, which normally affects the implementation of our policies.
Okay. All right. Those are very good and salient points as well that have been well explained in the context of the causes of corporate failure. Now, let's look at the final aspect of the Unit 1, talking about the machinery of government and then intergovernmental relations. So, simply put, we are just going to look at the three structures of the arms of government, that is the machinery aspect, where we are focused on the aspect of maybe possibly concentrating on the issues with respect to the legislature, the executive, the judiciary, and then some of the political affiliations as well, which is going to be considered as the extensions of what actually their public services domain or what they are instructed to do or what they intend to achieve must be. So we are looking at the machinery of government as the structural arrangements and the institutions through which national, regional, and local governments deliver services. So how are they going to deliver the services? As I rightly said, with the machinery, you're just looking at the extensions of what of the three arms of government. So these structures are dynamic, requiring reforms to meet emerging needs and values as well. So with that, the structure, the executive, we are looking at what the presidential systems, the presidents, the vice presidents within the country, the bureaucracy system. We are talking about the ministries. The bureaucracy is where they can also look at the executive, that is the executive arm, looking at the various ministries, looking at what the departments. So Ministry of Finance, Ministry of this, Ministry of Regional Planning, Ministry of that, all those forms within that particular system, that is the bureaucracies or the executives. And then we can talk about the legislature, legislature looking at what our parliament. I think now with the parliament, you can talk about some of the issues that are going on where they can pass law, they can hold conferences on certain meetings, and then they can restructure some of the laws within the country, within the public sectors, and all those related functionaries as well. Then we can talk about what the judicial system. We are talking about what the Supreme Court, the Appeal Court, the High Court, the local courts, and all the courts that are associated with that particular domain. You should understand that how the government actually executes public service through the executive is different from how the government executes public services through the bureaucracy, as well as the legislature and then the judicial system. They all differ, they are all different in that domain. And then there are other organs of the government machinery. We can talk about the political parties, we can talk about the non-profit sectors, we can talk about the media, we can talk about the businesses and the unions. All these organs have a way that the government, in its actual quest to providing certain services to the citizens, have a way of administering such rules through these organs as well. The levels of government, we can talk about the national, or the central, the state or the regional or the provincial, and then the metropolitan, the municipal, or the district. All these are some of the levels of the government. But you can, once you get the book or you go to the classroom platform that I showed you, you can be able to look at it. Then let's look at the final aspect, that is the IGR, that is intergovernmental relations. There are certain instances and cases that I rightly said that the government cannot be able to actually go through some of these systems alone. They want to actually administer or provide some services to the general public or to its citizens, but sometimes they are unable to do it. So there are some of the relations that government actually engage to be able to ensure that they are providing the services that are very needful to the citizens of the country. I think where we rightly spoke about some of the relations. I think you'll be here in Ghana and I will say, oh, we have signed an MOU with maybe China. We have a memorandum of understanding when it comes to trade, respect to Germany, respect to France, and then they will begin to speak on to us and then inform our decisions and inform us about some of these happenings and systems, which are very key. And we want to look at them at various levels. So basically, when it comes to intergovernmental relations, we are saying that it refers to three levels of government. That is the national, the regional or state, the provincial, or and then the municipal. So and apply to three types of categories of government: the federalism, the confederacy, and the unitary. So we are not going to go much into that aspect because we are going to be zooming more into some of the government system structure proper at the end of the day. So we are just looking at in a short or in a summary the IGR, just looking at trying as much as possible to combine some of these activities like in a form like PPPs, but they don't take that form and they actually they come to bear in, or in actual essence the outcome or the output is just looking at how we can be able to serve the citizens in the capacity of ensuring some of the interactions and collaborations within those sector. Sometimes they could be within the same country, so where those at the national level will come to the down to the level of the regional, and then they collab and then they actually carry out a particular mandate geared towards improving the livelihood of the citizenship. They are just talking about interactions, they are talking about collaborations of how the different levels can come together to provide a service for all to ensure the coverage for the citizens of the country. And then sometimes too, they can look at resource sharing. Maybe this ministry is doing something and then all of a sudden they will just pick some resource and go and invest in it. I think they do such a lot in Ghana. Normally when the Black Stars are going to play a football match, sometimes you'll be here and then you hear maybe this ministry of maybe agriculture have donated about 100,000 Ghana cedis to the Ministry of Sports to support the upcoming match. All those ones are there, and there's something that have actually been in existence for a long time. And sometimes even in place of conflict resolutions, sometimes another ministry will come in to advocate and then assist and then help solve the problem that actually came by. So all these are some of the instances and then reasons for the IGR, that is the intergovernmental relations. And then there are days or there are times where these relations are established outside Ghana at the national level, where it could be one particular, for instance, we can have, I think I once read an article where there was a reference to a seminar that was done by AU, was then OAU, and then it was, I think, OAU and WHO. Yeah, those collaborations. And then I think it was on the quest of measles. Measles. They did a collaboration and then they brought it down to the country levels, that is the national levels, and they began to bring advocacy policies and then supported some of these projects to ensure that the activities are carried out within the various countries, and they were executing some of these instances as well. Then we can talk about some of the factors that are promoting IGRs. So we are saying that the first is the social factor, that is for effective redistribution of resources. We can talk about the ethnic, which is to pacify minority groups or consociations. Then we can talk about what the political, to achieve political goals and promote harmony among the three levels of government. So all these are some of the reasons why it is very important we look at it. So these are the various type of government within that system. We can talk about the urinary system, the federal system, and then the Hello, please, can you hear me now?
So you went off. Oh.
Okay. Okay, so I was trying to talk about the types of government, the various type. This I'm just going to touch on it. I'm not going to go into details proper. So respect to the uh uh so it's supposed to be unitary. Unitary. Let me change it here. Unitary system. So it's supposed to be unitary system, sorry. So we have the unitary state system of government, the federal system of government, and then the confederation system. So with respect to the unitary, we are talking about a centralized power. So that is where power is centralized in a central government. So we are focused on just the government and how just one single government is responsible for every decision with respect to the entire country and the whole. So with respect to that, normally the authority is just concentrated at one region, and then that's all. Then you can talk about the federal. So if this is unitary, the unitary looking at just one, the federal is where the power is shared. The power is divided among the central and then the regional government structure. So we have multiple levels, and these multiple levels, their responsibilities and then the power that is associated with the responsibilities are distributed across all. Then we have the confederation. So with respect to that, we are just looking at a blend of the unitary and then the federal, just a blend of the two types of government system within the structure. So this brings us to the end of the session. I think we have looked at the various that is the introductory aspects when it comes to the domain of uh, uh, public sector management and then administration. We did justice to handle the meaning at the beginning. We talked about the nature of the public sector management, where we picked them one after the other. We spoke about the public sector, and then we looked at management, and then we combined the two. And then we looked at how it is in Ghana, where we gave certain practical examples, certain practical expositions around it as well. And then we spoke about the concept of public officers and who a public officer is. And we ourselves gave practical expositions and examples within that particular domain as well. We spoke about what the public sector planning, how the planning is, the behavior of it, why it is important to plan, why failures actually pop up when we are looking at the place of planning as well. And then finally, we looked at the aspect of the IGRs. Please, do you have any question for today's lesson?
Yes, sir.
Yes, please, sir.
This one is just an inquiry I want to make about
Sorry.
the textbook. I don't know how we'll get it, whether it will be hard copy or soft copy. At the same time, I don't know whether there will be provision for slides as we are used to. After lectures, we get slides to read. I don't know whether this one also be
You are not here at the start of the lesson, eh?
not exactly at the start.
Okay.
Okay,
So
at
you
the start, I think you took us through the platform where to get the
yeah. So all those.
information.
So yeah, I'll take you through again. All those have been made available there. So I'll take you through again.
Okay.
Any other question? Please, do you have any question?
No, doc, I'm okay.
Okay. Madam Poma, is there any question?
No, sir. I'm fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
So let me quickly take us through the platform again so that um those that join later can have access to it. So I think I posted on the WhatsApp platform a link. The message that I posted on the platform, there are two links. The first one is the link to this class, which you already have. And then the second one is a link to our Google Classroom account. So with the Google Classroom account, I've made it open to this class. And it's something that can easily be accessed. All right. So the moment you open, you click on the link to the class. This is the link. The moment you copy and paste it in any platform, this is my Google Chrome. Once I paste the link in the classroom and click enter or hit enter, it is going to open or send me directly to the class. You will not need a password. All you will need is your Gmail account. And just make sure that with your Gmail account, it is your name that is popping up. Don't do like what Madam Felicia did. Else, when I'm giving the marks will go to another person, because the name that will pop up will be the name of the Gmail account that you use to log in, so that I can be able to keep records of the marks that I will be awarding to other people. As I said, every analytical reasoning question is always going to carry 5 marks. So the 4 weekends of engagement is going to be 20 marks. So the 20 marks will be added to your assessment before you start your exams and all other things as well. All right. So once you come to this, platform, this is what you're going to see. You're going to see public sector management and administration third trimester. There is a platform. Just make sure, because there are other lessons that I teach. So all these ones are different. So we have introduction to business and we have fundamentals of business. That is not of your interest. Your interests are the public sector management and administration. So once you come to this particular platform, you navigate your way to the classwork session. We have the stream here, we have classwork here, we have people here, we have grades here. So when it comes to grades, that is the grades when I'm going to grade you people. So see, because I created a link specifically to this class, those people who have been able to enroll, I have Anita, Madam Anita Aforo Asiedu. We have Seth Bosompem here, Aminu Halidu here. We have Akobire Joseph here, Catherine Minta here, Felicia Nkansa here, Elizabeth Tete, and then Williams Yeboah. Those who are yet to actually click, once you tap on the link, you're going to be registered as part of the people in the class. So it means that if your name was not mentioned, it means that you are yet to tap on the link. That is fine. So
Sir, please,
once you come, yes,
sir,
madam.
sorry, let's pause here. Some of the
Okay.
names are not in our class, but
Yeah, that's what
since
I'm
you are
saying, that I will take them out. You recall I said
okay,
that I didn't know. I was thinking it was the entire 42. So I made it open to the entire class. You recall I mentioned that. Yeah,
yes,
so
sir, you
I'll
said
restrict it. Yeah, I'll restrict it to the class and take some of the people out. Yeah, I'll get your actual list and then take some of the people out. So once you come to the classwork, that is the focal point here. You come to the classwork. This is the week 1. This is our first week. So with the week 1, sometimes you are going to see it this way. So with the week 1, the first, let me with the week 1, you're going to see it this way. So there are materials under the week 1. Next week, I'm going to create another link, another session for week 2, because next week is going to be another week. That is for the unit 2 and the unit 3. So with the week 2, we have the first document. The first material is the PowerPoint. The PowerPoint that I used. I prepared it myself, and I used the book, that is the code book, the prescribed book, as a manual. And I used other sources of information that are relevant in our era in preparing the slide. So if you want further studies, go to the book. Don't read any other material. Please go to the book. So the slides are here. For you, you can be able to download it. Because I was the publisher, I don't have the download button here, but you should have a download button here. Aside the print here, you should have a download button here. Then you can download it for your own perusal. All right. So after the PowerPoint, maybe you are done with the PowerPoint. This is unit 1. This unit 1 is the actual material extract from the book. So from the actual book, I'm sure they will come to your centers and then sell some of the books to you. I'm sure they will do that. So you get the book. With the book, the unit 1. This is it. I've extracted the unit 1, what I used as a reference point in preparing my slides, together with other materials. So with this, there is the unit 1, everything to do with the unit 1. So if you want to read something further, you come back and then you read whatever you want to read over here. All right, that one you can have the access to downloading it. The download button will pop up over here. Then you download it. All right. Then you move to the next session. The next session is the YouTube link. I normally advise today. See, sometimes we all have our styles of teaching. Sometimes maybe you may understand it, but not to the entirety of how you want to understand it. So I normally inculcate other learning, other studying or learning styles or teaching styles. So I normally adopt the YouTube aspect. So I listen to the YouTube. I listen to it very well. I watch the entirety of the video before I recommend it to students or before I post it on my platform. It is very, very key for me. So I watched the videos of 2 individuals who were presenting there. They were presenting on the unit 1, that is the nature and scope of public management and then administration. So you can also watch it. That is, if you want to watch it, you can watch it. It's at your own peril. It's just 9 minutes 30 seconds video that is summarizing all that we have done so far. So it will go through it. Just need a earpiece or earphone so that you can hear it clearly. It will give you a deeper understanding of what we have done or what you intend to do as well. Then you can come. Please, can you hear me now?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, I can
So
hear you.
yeah, you can also watch the videos also on this. It gives a clear cut knowledge and then information about the entire class. Then one important aspect is that at the end of every lesson, there's going to be an analytical reasoning question that you are going to be expected to actually provide response to. You have a week. So the due date is October 19th, which is our before our next meeting on Sunday, 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. Before our next meeting, this is an engagement that you must have. You must actually do. You tap on it, then you click on the link, either this or that. So once you click on the link, it's going to take you to this platform and look at it. You see, this is my mail, the mail I've registered with. Make sure that it is a mail you have registered with in your name. Else, I'm not going to have records from you. All right. The question is, how can transformational leadership within Ghana's public sector enhance accountability, innovation, and citizen trust, especially in an era where public institutions are under pressure to perform like private entities? So once you read it and you want to provide your response, you click on your answer and then you type. So once you type, then you click on submit. Submit is here. Make sure you click on submit. Once you click on submit, let me see. This is so. It's so because Trends, institutions, the introduction of new political parties with different career prospects. Okay, so maybe I just type something simple and it's there. And that is my response I want to submit. Then I click on submit. The moment I click on submit, it must be so. You must see that it is your response has been recorded. If your response is recorded, that is the only time that you can be able to be rest assured that indeed your response has been submitted. It will come to me. Once it comes to me, I will acknowledge receipt and I'll mark it and give you the response. So basically, this is what you are supposed to do. That is for the week 1. You have access to all the materials and then the analytical reasoning question 2. Please, is there any other question? Is there any other question? Okay. So if there's no further question, I acknowledge that I would want to say thank you so much for your time, your patience, your being in this class. I've enjoyed the class myself. Submissions from knowledgeable people from diverse backgrounds with expertise, knowledge in the area. Thank you for not holding back. Thank you for sharing with us some of the practical examples. And we would want to say thank you. Let us keep it up. And we know that at the end of the day, it shall be so that we will move from theory to actual practice and not just living in the theoretical domain. If there's no further question, we have done 4 hours. I want to say thank you so much for your audience and have a nice weekend. Bye bye.
Bye, and thank you very much, Doc.
Very close.